Welcome. Today we have to be a little bit faster because I started the stream a little bit later. But that shouldn't be too bad. Today we will continue our likeness sculpting marathon. We have 3 days left. Today we're gonna do Dua Lipa. Yesterday we did Dark Viper AU. If you want to see the final result, you can see it either on like watching my VOD or on Instagram, Facebook. I mean Instagram, Twitter, or TikTok. I've uploaded a making of video on TikTok if you want to see like a little bit how the making of was like done, like how it was done. Today I have to be a little bit faster, at least for the first part, so we have enough time for the second part. So, I think everything's set up. Quick sketch, of course, first. Quick sketch, 30 minutes. I don't even know what I want to do today. Oh, that's gonna be a bad thing. Okay, let me, before I start, I'm just gonna look at a few inspirations. Maybe, I think that's better than just going in without anything. I think then I'm just wasting time. Let me just look at a few inspirations on my Pinterest board. Maybe I'll find something interesting. And then we can start. Of course, we could always do something abstract. I think that's the easiest thing we could do. Okay. Oh, I have an idea, but I think that'll take too long. Let's see. Oh. Okay. Let's see, a few more ideas and then I should be ready. Okay. Oh, I have an idea. I want to try something. Okay. Let's see if that actually works. So, I am ready. Hopefully you are as well. Quick sketch number 44. I am ready. Hopefully you are as well. As I said before, the music is ready. I am ready. And I would say, the countdown is ready. 3, 2, 1, go. So I have a very interesting idea that I wanted to try, which is I will grab, before I do that though, start my recording just so I have my quick sketch for tomorrow. Mesh circle, put that in there, make it a little bit bigger, maybe times 3. That should be good. And then we can go in here, make this, fill this, inset this. Can you increase? No, you can't. Okay. Let's go right into the middle like this, and then we increase the amount of cuts in there to something pretty high. Let's say this should be good. Maybe we have to increase the outside. Let's do that. Before I do that, I will make a new circle. I need more vertices on the edges, so I'll put that to twice the amount, so we have 64. And then we do the same, fill it, inset like this, scale it to thrice, is that a word? I don't even know. Thrice the size, and then bring in some more cuts, something like this. That should be pretty good. We then go in here, select this face. Before I do that though, I want to go into the materials. I want to put in a material. Let's see if that works. So, first of all, make a new material. Oh, hold on. I think I have my macro activated. Hold on, it's almost over. Okay, it's just a left click macro. I don't even know why I still have that. I need a texture. Let's see if a wave texture works. Put that in there. Nope, let's just look at it like this. We need mapping. I want to put like have it so the lines go in the middle. I don't know if you can do that with a wave texture though. Let's see, what about UV? UV, okay, well, let's see if we can do something with this. How can we make these bad? Let's see. What if we put that back to generated or object? Doesn't really matter what. What can we do here? Z would not really work. Diagonal? No. Rings is not really what I wanted. Okay, well, rings doesn't really look like rings. Of course, I have to put it to Z, I think. But what I want to do, I'm gonna not use a wave texture. That's not gonna give me what I wanted. Let's use just usual noise texture. I think that should be pretty good. We bring that in there, make the scale way bigger, and then we use a color ramp. Put that in there just to bump up the blacks. We need some more blacks. Whites pretty strong as well. So we have a nice mix between both of them. And then I also increased the detail and the roughness just a little bit. Okay, perfect. We then need some distortion. Not too much though, maybe like this. And then I want to map this just to be sure. And now comes hopefully the magic. Let's see if that works. We first of all select this inner circle or face, whatever you want to call it. Put that to sharp and rotate it on the Z-axis. And oh, before I do that though, I think I have to set that to UV. Okay, and then just unwrap this. Perfect. Now, if we go in here, you already saw what I wanted to do. I select this face in the middle, rotate it. Ooh, hello. Now we can make this tornado. Of course, we have to watch out for the topology. It can't be too crazy, so that it's not like, as you can see right there, going over each other. I don't know if it's, hold on, can't really see if it's like, it looks pretty good, I think. Not too crazy. Let's switch to wireframe. I think that's still pretty good. So now we have our tornado, or it's like spiral, which looks pretty cool. The only problem is it looks kind of like edgy. I don't know if that's the right word. What if we, oh, I put in a subdivision. Now we have this nice, even better tornado or spiral. And then we'll bring also another gradient texture. Put that in there. Look at it. I need mapping. Put that to object so we can have the gradient in the middle. Put that to spherical. And there you go. Perfect. We then use a converter color ramp to bump up the blacks so we have a nice gradient on the outside. We can use this as a mask like this. Use ease. That's just looks just better. Something like this. Okay. Next up, we go in here. What we could do, we could maybe make it look even better. We have 25 minutes. Let's see if we can make it even better. What if we bring in a Musgrave texture? We're gonna mix so many textures together. Color mix RGB. Before we do that though, I'm gonna look at the Musgrave texture. It needs more detail definitely. Dimension as well. There you go, or less dimension actually. FBM looks pretty good. Scale can be way higher. Okay. This one, do we need to change the luminosity, or I don't even know how you would spell that or pronounce that. Put both colors in there. Let's look at it. Okay. Put that to multiply. And there you go. We have this. Now it's more like textured on the outside. What I want to do though is bring in a color ramp to make these outer edges even stronger. Hold on. Where's my oh, there you go. The only problem is maybe I think we have to switch these two colors. Or does it even make a difference? I don't even know. No, I don't think so. Wait. So, okay. I don't think I don't know if we can make this gradient a little bit rougher without making the inside rougher as well. So I don't think that's gonna work, at least like right now. I don't have that much time, so I kind of want to save time. I don't want to figure out, like, play around with that too much, so I'll just go back to my good old mix RGB. Put that in there. Nope, I don't even need that. I will use this as a mask in here. We go in here and say color into the alpha. Now we should see nothing because it isn't plugged in. Now as you can see, oh, before we go in there, we have to switch something, which is in the viewport display. Switch the blend mode to alpha blend. And there you go. Now it's like, you can see the alpha blending over. So everything that's white will be visible. Everything else will be transparent. Pull this down there. That should be pretty good. We then use the noise texture, put that into the base color. And we have a nice tornado. Hello. We can then make a bump map for this tornado, maybe even a displacement map, but I think displacement should be too... let's first use a bump map just to see what it looks like. Vector, bump, put that in there. We then let's see what it looks like if we just put that into the height. Normal into normal, of course. And there you go. Now we have, do we even have bumps? Maybe it looks, oh yeah, we do, but not really that like big. How about increasing? Or we could probably just go in here and use a converter math node to increase the strength. Put that to multiply. And put that to, I don't even know, 5. Okay, well, didn't really do much. I guess the best, let's see if we can use a displacement map. So, what we can do is use a vector displacement map. I mean, displacement node, put that in there. What I then need is this, the same thing I put into the bump map. Use the color of this color ramp. Move this over there, duplicate it, move it there, and then in here into the height. Displacement into displacement. You can't really see any displacement yet because we have to switch the settings. Switch that from bump only to displacement and bump. There you go. We can still not see anything because in material preview you can't see it. If we switch to rendered view, you can see something. What if we put the scale down to 0.1? Ooh, that looks interesting. Let's bring in an HDRI just to see what it looks like, because in this gray sort of setting you can't really see much. Where are my HDRIs? There they are. Just use the usual. Okay. I think it's still like on the outside as well, but it's not that visible, so it's pretty good. Oh, okay, perfect. So we have our camera. We can probably move that somewhere else. Something like this maybe. Okay, we have this nice tornado. We could probably rotate this some more. Like this maybe. Okay, we can then bring in some color. Go to object. We can probably, hold on, where is it? World. Set this to black. Do we need lighting in the scene? I don't think so. Let's bring this back to solid view. Switch this to rendered view so we can see what's happening in there. So, next up, I think we need to make this a little bit smaller, just so it's in like fully in the frame. And then we switch the principal BSDF with something different, which will be the emission shader. Of course, we still have our alpha that we have to plug in by using a mix shader and mixing the emission shader with a not translucent, but transparent shader. Put both into the mix shader. We then plug this mix shader into the surface. You can see everything's white right now. What we have to change is, first of all, put the color into the emission. So we have a little, like at least some color. And then we use this right there. Use a reroute. Put that over there. Color into the reroute so it just looks more structured. And there you go. I think we have to switch it, do we? Yep, there you go, perfect. Okay, now we have some a nice tornado that is actually like glowing. We can then go in here, use maybe a texture. Oh, hold on. I will use one of my inspiration images. Let's go to my inspirations, resources, nope, inspirations. What would be a good color scheme? This one could be pretty good. I think I'm going to use this one. You can't really see it, of course. You're going to see it in a second. Let's put this like this. Okay, nothing changed. It's basically the same. If you put the black and white image into the color or the strength, it basically does the same. Now if we put the color into the color, you can see, oh, hello. Yeah, that's basically the image that I wanted to put that into the surface. And then we can tweak the colors a little bit because it looks pretty dull right now. So use a color hue saturation, put that in there first, bump up the saturation because it's pretty low. Wait, did it? Oh, it's not plugged in. Oh, okay, well that's a little bit too high. I think like 0.3 looks pretty good. Maybe change the value to something higher as well. Okay, hue, let's see what we can do with the hue. Maybe we'll find a better hue. The original already looked pretty cool. I think we're gonna keep that. We can always change it with a color ramp, so we don't really have to worry. So let's put that into the color. So plug in the shader. Okay, perfect. What we can do now is put that back here. Convert it. Oh, we don't. Okay, we don't even have to use the saturation value node. We can just use a color ramp node and bring the colors in that way. Color in there. And then what we can do is we can switch this to HSV or HSL. It's very similar. We then use far, maybe far or maybe near. Let's see. We put this to a nice red first, full saturation, and then this one. Put this to red also, and then if we move that over, we can get this nice gradient. Moving this all the way over there will get us more and more colors. So now we have this gradient from red to green. 15 minutes left. Perfect. Okay. I don't really know if I want to do that though. I think I kind of want to have distinct colors that I want to choose myself. So maybe we use something like a nice deep purple, and then also we bring in more. Put this in there. Make this a nice. Oh, okay. We copy this. Can we copy this? I don't even know. I mean, we could probably just go in here, select this with the pipette, put that in there. Okay, and then we bring this over there as well. So we go in here, copy this as well, put that to the other side, and there you go. Now we have a nice gradient, or like a few more colors in this tornado. Emission is pretty weak, I think. What if we bring that up with a mix RGB? Nope, with a math. Put that in there. Put that to multiply. Value of 2, maybe even 3. There you go. Now it's a little bit stronger. And we have 14 minutes left, so quite a lot of time left. We could also probably... I want to try something. What if we duplicate this? Rotate it. Like this. And then just make it super small. Well, that looks kind of weird. I don't know if that really fits. That looks kind of weird, to be honest. Maybe not. One thing I want to add though is a cube with some atmosphere. Of course, that is always in the scene because it's so important. Put that to wire and make a new material. Remove principled BSDF. Bring in a principled volume. Volume into the surface. Oh, not surface, but volume socket. Change the color to white. Change the density to 0.1 maybe. Oh, that's way too much. How about 0.05? Okay, well that's very... Wait, where's the... Oh, the light is coming from the HDRI. Let's put that back. Like this. We put this to black. There you go. Oh, hello. Okay, that looks better now. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is go in here into the object. Maybe change a few settings. This can probably stay at 0.05. What I want to do though is make a cylinder. Then, oh, actually, let's see if we can use a torus. Let's looks pretty good so far. Let's scale it up. Oh, okay, that's a little bit too wide, I think. Too thick. So we have to reduce that thickness by going into the major radius. Nope, into the minor radius, making it smaller. There you go. Not too small though. And then scaling it up so it fits the whole circle. Like this. And we can probably go in here, duplicate this, scale it down. Oh, remove proportional editing. There you go. Like this. Okay. Now we go in here. We have 11 minutes left. Perfect. Almost 12. This already looks pretty cool, to be honest. Like this tornado in the middle. But I think I kind of want to do something else. I want to make this a volumetric as well. So we put this to wire. I don't know why, but I like putting it to wire so I know which one's volumetric and which isn't. Remove this. Bring in a shader, principled BSD volume, I mean. Principled volume. There you go. Volume into the volume socket. That the density can stay at 1 for now. Put that to there. Let's switch to material preview so we can see what's going on. Let's remove the outer volume first so I can actually see what's going on, and then we can play around with these settings. So first of all, I want to bring in a what does the magic texture looks like? Let's see. We use converter math to make the... Oh, we don't have to do that just yet. Put the factor into the emission strength so we can see what's going on. We can't really see much. What if we put this down to 1? Well, doesn't really do much. How about a color ramp to maybe bump up the black so we can see some more? Okay, there it is. Doesn't really look that great. What if we put in a mapping node, put that to UV? Okay, it's gone now. Hello? Normal. Nope, object. Okay. What if we put this to... Where's my math node? Oh, it's gone. Of course, let's put it back to... Oh, there it is. It doesn't really seem to work. Maybe not a magic texture. Let's see what else do we have here. I mean, the easiest one would probably be to use a... Oh, let's use a Voronoi texture. Let's see if that works. Put that in there. We use, of course, mapping. Maybe UV. Let's see what UV looks like. It looks pretty okay. Maybe object either. I think object looks better. We then put that in there. We use a... We put this distance into the emission strength. Plug in the principal volume is already in. And there you go. We then use a color invert color. And we use a converter color ramp to bump up blacks. Now we get some round clouds. We can probably increase the scale so the clouds look a little bit smaller. Let's bring this higher. And then, I don't know if that's gonna... I don't know if that's gonna look right. What if we put this into the density now? Doesn't really add much just yet. Let's see. What if we bring in a converter math node? Put that in there. Set this to multiply. Put this to 10. Oh, we get some... The problem is now that basically it has these harsh edges, and I'm not quite sure how I could make it soft. That's my main problem right now. So I don't know if I want to use a Voronoi texture or maybe something else. What if we use a good old Musgrave texture. Let's see what that looks like. Of course, bring in mapping, put that to object. There you go. Maybe Musgrave will look better. Put that into the emission strength. Bring back the shader. Oh, hello. Okay. We bring in the scale, make it way bigger. Actually, do we have to make it bigger? Detail definitely up. Dimension. Okay. Luminosity. Lasunarity. Whatever. Okay. What if we then bring... Oh, do we have distortion in here? No, we don't. Okay. What if we then bring in a converter color ramp, put that in there, put the blacks higher. Maybe we could use it like this. Maybe we then bring this over here. And use the same node right here. Okay, we then bring this emission strength plugin or like a noodle into the density. It adds a little bit. What if we put the scale smaller? Or maybe the value higher? Doesn't really do much. How much? 6 minutes, okay. What we could probably... No. I mean, we have a good base, but I kind of want to put something more into the scene because it's kind of boring right now. This looks pretty cool, but it's still like kind of boring. Maybe we have to decrease the density. Put this maybe to 0.025. I think that's better. Save it. Oh, I haven't saved it before. Of course, quick sketch day 44. Day 44. Perfect. Oh, hold on. I have to rename it. I misspelled it. Okay. Day 44. Save it. And there you go. Okay. What if we put this to smooth? Okay, well, that doesn't really do much. What if we... Oh, hold on. We snag the middle part and pull it down. Oh, we have to increase or like enable proportional editing. Ooh. Well, I don't know if that's gonna look... Why is it like disappearing? Why is there just black down there? I mean, it looks pretty cool. Does it look better than before? I think so. Okay, well, let's put that in there. Okay, let's save that real quick. Maybe we could put in something here, like here, right there. What we could probably do is put in a few stars. So we just use a good old UV sphere, make it very, very small. Put that maybe over here, just maybe 1 or 2. Bring it a new material, make this emissive. So shader, emission, green into green. Hey, what's up, Alpha Matt? How are you doing? Hope you're doing great. Hope your day was great. Put the strength maybe to 10. So we have a nice, very bright star right there. We could probably also bring in another planet by just making another sphere, maybe duplicating this and bringing in another material. Let's see what happens if we just use the same material on there. Oh, probably without the displacement. Okay. Yeah, right now I'm making my quick sketch. I do a quick sketch every day. This is basically the one for today. I kind of wanted to try to make this spiral-like texture. It's actually pretty simple. You just use a plane, like put the surface into the plane, or not a plane. You use a circle, and then you go in there and hold on. There you go. Nope. There you go. Oh wait. I added it to the same object. Hold on. So it's basically just a circle that you then fill. You inset it, and then you bring in some more cuts, and then you can basically say the texture that you apply to it should be applied to the UV, and then you can just select the middle face, rotate it, and you have this spiral-like texture. Looks pretty cool. Right now I'm just trying to finish this image, and then we're gonna go over to today's project, which will be another likeness sculpt. I think, okay, right now you can't really see the planet. Yeah, so I do, so usually I have like Monday and Tuesday, I have like projects that I do. Like on Monday I usually do some sort of explanation tutorial or something. And on Tuesday I have like some short-term project that I finish the same day. I had stuff like doing a VJ loop, creating a VJ loop in like a few hours, or creating a satisfying animation, or just like what I do now is this week I want to do I want to get better at likeness sculpting, basically sculpting real life people, trying to capture them in the sculpt I do. And I did a few before this week, and this week I kind of want to devote to getting better at it. I think we should save that. Maybe we could put that in there, make the material a little bit less strong, maybe like one, put in a few more, and it's basically just trying to get better. So this week will be, I'm gonna like sculpt a few known people. Yesterday I did a content creator I'm watching quite often right now. I like found just recently, he's called Dark Viper AU. He does like GTA content, either like challenge runs, or he's usually, like before he did that he was a speedrunner. And yeah, I did him yesterday, and today we're gonna do Dua Lipa. I've chosen her for today just because I've never done a female likeness sculpt, so I wanted to have a likeness sculpt or like good references. So I thought like people that are like very famous usually have like a lot of references you can pull from. For yesterday, for example, when he does like videos, there aren't really good references, because usually you're looking for references that don't really have much perspective, what do you call it, perspective distortion, meaning if you, for example, make a selfie with your phone camera, and you're very close to your face, your face will be distorted, so your nose will be bigger or appear bigger than it actually is. And so I try to like find images from, for example, like concerts where it's going to be shot from far away, so everything is pretty flat without much distortion. And so like famous people or like celebrities have like, it's easy to find good reference photos for them rather than like YouTubers or something. Yep. So today we're gonna do Dua Lipa, and then tomorrow we're gonna do probably XQC. I think I put it in the in my thingy down there. Let's save that, and then we can do the quick render, and then put in some post-production, and then we can go over it. Yeah, exactly. Like if you have like 55mm, I've made an animation of that as well at some point. where you can compare the two. 55 or 50 is pretty low. I'm trying to look for the best would be something around the 100 mark. That's the best photos are probably from like shootings for cover magazines or on galas and all that. But of course, usually content creators aren't on like huge like film releases or something. Wait, which one do I need? Sketch. Put that in there. I need. Okay, perfect. Yeah, the further or the bigger the better. Oh, so do you use Blender as well, or are you more into ZBrush or maybe even something else? I think there was also like what is it, Mudbox? I think it's also another alternative. Okay, looks kind of weird, but I think we can okay, hold on, you can't even see it. We can probably make it look a little bit better with some post-production. Looks kind of boring right now, but that's usually how it is after post-production. Let's see what it looks like. We put in glare first, of course, or glow as always. Doesn't really do much. What about 0.1 threshold? Okay. What is SP? Wait, hold on. SP. Can I come up with it myself? SP. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah. So I've been using Blender like solely for now, just because or at least like except for clothing that I've used, like I've dabbled in Marvelous Designer for like a month. Did a few clothes in there just to test it out, because the clothing or cloth simulations in Blender aren't really the best. So I did that, but other than that, I've kept with Blender for now, just because I think there's a certain level I want to reach in Blender before I want to switch to something like ZBrush, for example, just because I think Blender and ZBrush are maybe in their like feeling of their tools a little bit different. But if you just want to like create characters, for example, I think you can go to a certain level with both, and then for example for stuff like pores and very, very fine details, I think then you would probably switch to ZBrush. But I'm not really focused on pores yet. I still want to get the overall proportions and anatomy of the face and all that right, or like down, before I really switch or like go even deeper. I've done a few characters with pores and all that, but yeah, I don't know. Still keeping still staying in Blender for now. Okay, put dispersion. Let's see, what do we need that? Okay, that looks kind of weird. Okay, this image looks kind of boring, to be honest. But well, sometimes it's just kind of boring. Maybe we can like pull a rabbit out of the hat in Photoshop. So let's put this back. Final. Okay. The best thing is if you're like using Blender and then someone asks, hey, what are you doing? What program are you using? Then you can just say, hey, I'm using Blender. You can try it out yourself. It's free. Then like it's just easier than telling them, hey, you gotta buy a, or I mean, you can probably, like most of them you can test for a month, but other than that, like you like have to tell them you have to buy it first before you can really use it. Yeah. No, I'm not creating NFTs. I've looked into it, but I'm kind of just like, I've seen a few different different opinions about it, like the whole how the currency, or I don't even know exactly how it works, but how the currency is created or farmed is like super heavy in terms of energy usage, so it's like bad for the environment. Kind of like looking from a distance to see how that like turns out. I've been using cracks for all the Adobe programs before I at some point they didn't work anymore. So at that point I just said I was like some sort of student on some random school to get the discount, so it's only like $20 or euros a month, which is at least better than 60. Yeah, I've looked into how you can like sell stuff. I also looked into just buying a few, or like a little bit of Ethereum, because I think the whole market of NFTs will probably bump up the price. I mean, I think that's how it works. Like if it's like the demand is higher, the price will like go up. So Ethereum will probably like rise in value as well. So I've looked, maybe I'll get some of that, like just as a back burner. And then yeah, just look at it from afar and see how it turns out. I think this phase right now is more like some people are lucky, some people are more like some people are lucky, some people are unlucky, and then at some point you hit this medium point where everybody kind of knows what's happening, and you can really like go in there risk free. Of course, if you want to like, it's usually it's beneficial going in there as one of the first, because then you can already make like experiences, like learn about the whole stuff, how it works, and then you already know what you're doing, rather than staying safe and waiting until the dust settles. But I think yeah, I'm just gonna look at it from afar. Yeah, I think it was like you have to get some Ethereum just so you can basically get a certificate, or like a license. You can buy a license that you can like that you own your image, and then you can sell that license to someone else, which gives you like money, or like you get the money for the license, and then you also have a little bit of what is it called? A royalty. So every time this piece will be sold again, you'll get some of that money as well. Okay. Oh no, 2.5 minutes. Okay, let's prepare Photoshop. I think everything's ready. Yep. I want to get this done quickly so I can immediately switch to my Sculpt, because I don't want to, like yesterday it took me I think 3.5 hours, and then it was pretty late already. I went overtime a little bit, so I'm either going to work a little bit faster, or yeah, let's see how it turns out. What do you like, so do you focus on sculpting as well, or rather stuff like modeling, like hard surface stuff like that? Maybe even concept, or what is it, archviz? Yeah. Do you go for stylized characters, or like realistic characters? I don't know why, but realistic characters are just more appealing to me. Stylized isn't really my thing. Okay, show me. We have 1.5 minutes left. There it is. Hold on. Oh, instant follow. Let's see. Let me switch my view. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. There it is. Okay, we have a little bit of time to do that. Perfect. Okay. Let's see. I don't know why it's like choppy. When did you start? Are you just like a freshman, or when did you start using maybe not Blender, but started doing sculpts? Yeah, I've done a video on I've like on one of my streams I've revisited my very like I went through the whole like my story, or like 2 years of using Blender. And then I've looked at a few of my old pieces. It was pretty fun. Yeah. Oh, some what is it? What do you call it? Anatomy practice. Even with some nice putting it into a scene. I usually just put them like in some sort of, either I just put them in like in the middle of the scene into like the void, just looking at it, or I have a lighting scene that I bought where I can put my stuff in. Oh yeah, so I haven't really looked or haven't done many clothing, like haven't put much clothing on my characters yet. Just a little bit, not too much, maybe 1 or 2 pieces. I'm focusing on the body more. But a few more different product or like hard surface stuff. With textures already, nice. Yeah, I think texture painting is like one of the things that's kind of what would you call it, like difficult in Blender. Yeah, like the earliest stuff. Wait, when that's from what 28 weeks, so that's like weeks, so I don't even know, like 5-6 months, or no, 7 months ago. Nice. Oh, some leaves as well. Oh, with animations, were they already like, did you animate them, or was that part of the import basically? I think sometimes you can import a character with animations already applied to them. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I saw one artist that was working in ZBrush, and he also was like imitating these clay or like clay tool bumps, or whatever you want to call it. I haven't really tried that myself, but I think it looks really cool. These swipes with these deeper cuts, and then these harsher edges. Yeah, looks really cool. Oh, some different angles. Did you also get one of these? Hold on. This dude, can you see it? Like some a 3D anatomy reference basically. That helps me a lot for different angles, because most of the time you can't really look at a character or person from every side. Okay, nice. I think it's time for a follow. I'm always interested in more inspiration. Let's switch back to, oh, actually we can switch to Photoshop. Yeah, I'm interested in your next projects. Do you Are these part of like, are these personal projects or part of your school or your uni? Yeah. Are you allowed to publish your school projects as well, or are they like kept secret, or are they supposed to be kept secret? Okay, yeah. Quick sketch day 43. I can, yeah, probably because like, I don't even know why. Maybe because you're not supposed to work ahead. Maybe. Well, yeah, I don't know. So, what is your study, not field, like not topic, like what do you study exactly? Like character design, character or animations, or there are so many different ways you can study 3D. Okay, put that in there. Oh. Okay, kind of regret putting the clouds in there, but whatever. Let's see, what if we have here? First of all, color lookup. Just looking at a few. Maybe we'll find something. Oh, okay. Okay, that at least hides the clouds. Yeah, let's use this. Okay. Basic 3D. So basically like a preparation for whatever job you want to do later. Okay, that kind of looks, let's see, we could make this a smart object. Use a render filter, lens flare. Maybe that'll make it a little bit more interesting. Well, that's kind of weak. Okay, hold on. Let's remove the color lookup. Yeah. Kind of looks boring, but whatever. We had 30 minutes. We have to go. We have to keep going to the next topic. Otherwise, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna be able to like finish it. Okay. Well, sometimes you win, sometimes you fail. That's just how it is. Put that in there. Thanks for the follow. Hold on. Just to be sure. Yep. Thanks for the follow, Alpha Matt. Hope you enjoy the rest. Maybe if you have any questions, you can always ask me. Anything, maybe. Oh well, almost everything. Anything. Okay. Save it. There you go. Okay. Let's export it as a JPEG. Then I'm gonna upload my JPEG to my social media, and then while that's playing, you can see the compilation of last month. And then we're gonna go into the Sculpt projects. Put that in there. Quick sketch 44. Oh, I forgot the name. Whatever. Import my image to my phone. I'm gonna upload it, and then while I'm uploading, or like, yeah, uploading it to social media, you can watch the compilation, and then we'll go straight into it. The compilation basically shows what I did last month. Oh, hold on. Yeah, on February. My plan is to do a compilation every month, if I can do it, hopefully. So I can, when I upload, so my idea was when I upload stuff like this quick sketch, I could just play that to have something interesting to look at. Well, like before that, I just had me. Were able to see me just looking at my phone. And I think that's just more interesting to see like a compilation rather than just looking at me looking down. And yeah, so right now my record is uploading my stuff after one loop, so the video is looping, and after it's done once, I've finished it in 2 loops so far. So next month I should have 2 compilations, so you should have a full fresh there should be no loop of any compilations. So I am ready, hopefully you are as well. So I am ready, so enjoy. I'll see you in 1 or 2 minutes. There I am. Oh, music's missing. Hold on. There you go. Yeah, so for this compilation I kind of wanted to get into motion graphics some more. I've started doing more animations. I think the first animation I made was for the VJ loop, and then one more for the satisfying animation. So I thought, like, why not do that for the compilation as well? I think motion graphics is really cool. One more topic I'm interested in. Okay, so let me pull up my, first of all, my graphics tablet, of course. There you go. Pretty small, but that's all I need. Okay. So let me pull up the main reference so I can so you can see what will be the main reference, if you want to call it that, or the result I'm going for, or the look. Let's see. 2D animations and all that. At work I do 2D animations with After Effects and all that, but not really too much, like not really as my main job. I'm more a graphics designer, and that's why I'm kind of looking for a job that is more catered to video and animations right now. I have one in my, I am doing a what do you call it? Let me just quickly look it up. Yeah. I think I did more like infographics and no, maybe not infographics, but like explanation videos. So for the job I have in my mind, or like that I'm looking to get, the studio, or do you call it, or agency, has a basically perfect job as a, they're looking for basically the perfect job that I want to do, and that's why I'm making a 2D mix of 2D and 3D animations to show off not only my artwork and all my other skills, but also to actually put in some effort, so that's more likely to be hired. What is Duik? Never heard that before. Okay, let me pull up the reference and then we can go. So what do we, I think this one will be the best. I think this will be the reference for today, the main reference. So so that's probably, I think that's one of the easiest hair to sculpt fast. Because if you look like stuff like this, that maybe is also pretty easy, but I think I prefer the other hairstyle more. I also have I want to have her, the facial expression is just the one I want to use. So I'll use this image as the main reference. I also have my other reference, so I have a little bit more reference that I use on the side. You can't see it because my program or OBS can't really record it. So you can't see my other references, but that shouldn't be too bad. I can show it to you in a second. Hold on. Put that in there. Okay. So, hold on, where's my, oh, there you go. So I have my Pure Ref window right there. Pure Ref is basically, I don't know if you use that as well, a reference program where you can just put in all your images. Then they're going to be displayed as if they're on a board, and then you can just look at it. I'm going to put it to the side right where you can't see it. And the problem with that is I usually record with window capture. The problem with that is though that window capture doesn't work on Pure Ref. It's just going to display it as a black box, so I can't show that. And it's also off screen, so wouldn't really make sense anyway. Okay, I think I'm ready. Hopefully you are as well. Let's switch to sculpting. That's... Oh, hold on. I think I have to increase the... Oh yeah, let's put in one subdivision. Apply that. Okay. Okay, sculpting. Bring back the image. Where is it? There it is. Pretty big. Okay. So... just looking through my references to see which ones are the best ones to look at for the main angles, like side view and front view. Maybe sort them a little bit. Okay. That should be good. Hold on, I think it's a little bit... The music is a little bit loud. Let me bring it down a little bit. Okay. So, hit record. So how long do we have roughly? We have roughly like 3... No, hold on. Yeah, 3 hours maybe. Okay, let's go. This will be probably a little bit rougher. Maybe you can't really see her in the end. Like, I'm not gonna capture her likeness, but I think it's better to finish more projects than to finish one perfect project in the same amount of time. So, I think, yeah, okay. This dynamic topology, there you go. Put that to constant detail, set that to 20. Okay. And we can start. First of all, of course, I need my head shape. The chin, oh, yeah, it's alright, all good. I think I need to use my... Okay, there you go. Now we can shape, let's start again. Using the snake hook will create new geometry, which just helps form this ball into a head shape. Oh, I have to deactivate pressure radius. And then I don't really like that, because that just screws up my intuition. I always work without the radius or pressure radius setting. So why start? Okay. First I'm gonna do the basic shape, not only for the head, but also for the body. And then I'm gonna go more into the face itself. Okay. There you go. Maybe make this part a little bit more chin-like. It's pretty round. Put that in there. Okay. Roll this a little bit more down. I think overall it's pretty long right now. So, of course, this is just the these rough forms. Just yet. We're gonna put in some more detail later. Fill out the chin or the jaw. Then I use my mask to make a neck. Use the snake hook. Pull down a... Hold on, let me see a side view just to see it. Okay. So then the jaw usually stops at the middle of the head. So it's maybe a little bit too far back. And then the ear is right behind the jaw, or the jawbone. And we need... Usually women are at least have a longer... Maybe at least appear to have a longer neck, just because the muscles aren't that developed. So just making the chest, putting in some shoulders wider, bring back some back muscles, not too crazy though, smoothing it out. Okay, have the general shape, bring in a collarbone. could probably cut that in. How deep do we go? Let's see. Okay. We can get pretty deep. So this is also a little bit too high yet. So we can pull it down a little bit. Also, usually the neck isn't as doesn't look like a V, like has a V shape, but more like a maybe T shape because the neck muscles aren't as big. Use it's right there. Collarbone, very, very rough. We're not going to see that anyway in the end, or like maybe part of it. There you go. Maybe a little bit lower. Not too low though. Remove the mask so we can blend in the jaw with the neck. Still very, very rough. The Adam's apple very, very smooth because usually on women it's not, or on females it's not as developed, or not as big rather. Use bring in the both, I don't even know what they are called. They come from behind the ear or under the ear all the way to the collarbone. These muscles, they're not as visible usually, but they're there, so we have to put them in. Hold on. I think we have to pull up right there just a little bit. Okay. Kind of blocky right now, the face or the head. Let's smooth that out. Also right there we need some volume. Okay, I'm gonna put in the ears later. Not right now. Okay, the jaw's pretty low. Maybe we can pull it up a little bit. Let's see from her side view. Okay. Usually the chin is, if you look from the side, usually it's on the same horizontal height as the forehead. So if you make a line, usually your chin is on the same height as your forehead. That looks pretty good. Of course, we're gonna still change the forms, but let's see the general head shape. Okay. First, I'm gonna sculpt a skull. Then I'm gonna go over to put in muscle, and then I'm gonna add fat in the end. That's the general process that I have. This way I can make sure that I have every volume or like element that is part of the volume in the sculpt, and keep everything in mind. Okay, so first of all, we need the eye sockets. So it's roughly in the middle of the face, so somewhere around, let me put that to 1. Now I can work faster. Roughly right there. Put that in there pretty deep. Blend it right there to the back. We need to keep the forehead though, the eyebrow bones. Make this deeper. Then we have the nose, which is kind of like this. This is my basic shape that I usually do. We have the cheekbone. I'm just drawing in right now. The mouth. And then we have the big empty space to the back here. Usually your cheekbones are on the same height as your eyes. So roughly like there. You can probably make it a little bit deeper, although we're going to put in eyes later. Okay. Okay, so right now I'm just doing making the bone structure. Next up, I'm gonna add the muscles. I'm looking for, like, trying to hit the proportions already, but I'm not that concerned yet. Right now it's more about the fundamentals and putting everything in first, and then you can shape it more to how it should look like in the end. Okay, her nose isn't that long, maybe like this. A bit longer though. Okay. Cut in the nose like this. Bring in the nostrils. Very, very basic for now. We also have the cheekbone is pretty far back. More like this. So the mouth. The good thing with her is, or her, like this sculpt is, she's not smiling, so I don't have to like think how she would look like smiling, or usually there aren't that many good smiling references, so it's good that I'm not gonna sculpt her smiling. Yeah, I'm gonna make teeth as well, but they will be pretty rough, so not really. Like, I will just sculpt in like a shape that looks like a teeth guard first, and then just cut in using the crease brush. Okay, I think the nose is pretty long and pretty big right now, so we pull it up. Also, we can probably pull back everything like this. Okay. Her jaw can be a little bit wider, I think, or everything back here. Usually the front of your face is smaller than the rest. Like the front is smaller than the back. Okay. Let's bring in some muscles. So we have the jaw muscle right there that opens and closes your jaw. Pretty simple. We also have a muscle that pulls back the corner of your mouth. That goes from the cheekbone roughly to the corner. So we have a form like this. We also have some fat that lies over these muscles. There are a few more that go like this, so you can move your mouth in different directions. Yeah, the beginning is always like, the middle part is always the worst, where you can't really see anything, like anything. It looks like nothing's working, but at some point you kind of reach the end of that face, and then everything looks way better. Okay, so she has a little bit of fat in there. She also needs some eyes. Should we do that now? I think it's time. She also has pretty high cheekbones. Keep that in mind. Maybe something like this. Okay, pretty rough still. We need some eyes, so let's bring in some eyes. Go back to object mode. I will append my eye model. That's just the easiest way to get some good eyes. Collection. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to get better at I mean, the more at least the beginning is always the same, so the more you do it, the faster you get, at least in the beginning. That's also why I do the whole marathon, just because I want to get better at being faster and being more effective, basically. So we need roughly an array of 7 eyes is basically the size of the eyeball in the skull, roughly. So you have in the middle there's basically one eyeball size, then you have your actual 2 eyeballs, and then you have 2 more to fill out this row, roughly. Of course it varies, but something like this. Usually, before I knew that, I usually made them too big, but that should be a good size. Of course we need 2, so we bring in the mirror modifier, set this as the mirror object, and put the eyes in the sockets. We have to... So one thing I'm not really sure about just yet is the placement of the eyes. I think I've always either placed them too high or also a little bit too... Maybe they could be a little bit bigger. Let's make them a little bit bigger, like this. Usually I put them too far out, and then also... Hold on. Okay, that's better. Yeah, that should be pretty good. I put them too far apart, and also mostly not too far into the skull. I think we have to pull back the forehead as well. Okay, I think that's a good placement for now. So let's go back to sculpting. Grab brush first. Before I do that though, I have to re-enable dynamic topology, because every time you switch from sculpt mode back to layout mode, it turns itself off. Forehead can probably be a little bit shorter. Okay, we have to keep in mind that her lower lip is further forward than her, or almost further forward than her upper lip. Usually your upper lip is like further forward. With her it's almost like vertically the same length. Before we go to the lips though, I'm gonna bring in eyes. So we just paint, like sculpt that over, and then make these cuts in there to get the very, very general shape in there. This phase right now is just for the overall anatomy. When I increase my resolution, I can put in more detail, of course, and then focus more on the specific proportions. I could also start with one of my, or with my base mesh, but I found that the base mesh I have right now is not perfect. So the topology is set up so that when you, for example, smooth, or the topology is set up so that when you work on it, you always have like the base mesh. You can see the proportions of the base mesh. They basically stay the same. So I just created my base mesh from a full body character I created at some point, and I just basically universalized that character so I could use it for character sculpts. But I realized that when I do that, the features of the original character kind of stay in the other sculpts as well, which isn't really helpful. So that's one reason why I do it with a sphere for these likeness sculpts. So in the beginning, I'm always using pretty high values just because it's faster, and in the beginning you're working pretty rough, so you don't have to worry about like ruining your detail. Okay. I think it's ready for, we're ready for the lips, although I want to kind of, I think I'm going to put in, like, bring the nose higher than that, maybe a little bit more. Okay. Okay, time for the mouth. Very, very rough in the beginning, of course. Just putting in this duck face. Okay. Maybe too high. We have to put it lower. We need some more space up here because we need the lips. Okay, lower lip. She has a pretty big lower lip, so we have to keep that in mind. That's one of her unique features. Okay, of course, looks kind of weird right now. That's partially because we have to bring this further back. Not too far. Okay. Then maybe put in the mouth hole. So we have some space down in there. Okay, then I want to change the eyes. I think we have to... Oh, of course, we have to bring textures back into the eyes. So we switch to this shader editor, put in the transmission and normal and diffuse textures. Otherwise the eyes will look very, very weird. Texture, which one? Diffuse. Normal. And I'm also working faster than usual, probably because I'm pressed on time just a little bit, because I want to at least finish the face. Maybe not the whole hairstyle, but at least the face. Switch that to the iris. Do the same in there. Otherwise the iris will be purple or magenta, which isn't really helpful. Eyes, which one? Diffuse, there you go. And normal. Okay, now you can see these gorgeous eyes. Kind of... Okay, that's exactly the point where it just looks super weird. Let's switch back to solid view and sculpting. Oh. I think we have to... Hold on. I think we have to put the eyes further apart. Just a little bit, maybe, like this. Yeah, that should be good. Okay. Sure. Okay, grab some coffee. Stay hydrated and full of energy. Let me drink something as well. Yeah. That's the worst part about it. This part of the sculpt, it's always the worst. Oh, okay, sculpt. Okay. The only way you can improve it is to keep working on it. So let's do that. I think her chin is a little bit too small right now, but we're gonna adjust that later. Her jaw is also a little bit too sharp. You could cut paper with that jaw. Let's smooth it up a little bit. Maybe not in that direction, but more like make it rounder. Okay. We also need some more volume down here. Yeah, so the best way is probably to give yourself a time limit. This way you know when you have to stop, and you have to promise yourself basically to not work on it any more after you're done. This way you can eliminate the fact that you're probably going to look at it and tell yourself like, oh, I want to improve this and this, but you just have to tell yourself, nope, that's the end result, that's what it's going to be. And then you can look at it and see what you can improve next time. Yeah, and then you can always still post it if you want. I think we have to bring back the nose a little bit. That was too far forward. Okay. So, there's one thing we forgot. She looks like, or it rather looks like handsome Squidward, because she doesn't have any fat just yet, so we need to add some fat deposits or fat pockets. One of them is right above the nostrils going to her cheeks. They're not as prominent for her, I think. You can't really see them just like too much, but they're there and they're going to add some volume, so we have to put them in. We also have to re-enable, where is it? There it is, in the tool settings, dynamic topology. Okay. Yeah, so that's why I also do my quick sketches every day, to just get better at working fast and trying new different techniques, and yeah, just getting better at Blender itself. Doing a quick sketch every day that takes around 30 minutes to an hour just gets you started for other projects and also just engages your brain. Okay. One way to see how much volume you need to add for these fat deposit is looking at the other side at the silhouette from like a 3/4 view. This way you can see how round it is on the other side, and this way you can also see how much more volume you have to add. Yeah, grab a coffee first and then I think that's better than going in without coffee. I think it's time for some ears, otherwise she'll look like an egg the whole time, so time for some ears. The ears are right behind her jawbone. So we put in a cut or a mask right beginning from the eye height and stopping at the nose height very roughly there. She has pretty big ears actually. We invert that mask, use a snake hook and pull out some, oh that's a little bit too little, pull out some volume. We can shape it now and then we can make some ears. Her ears are pretty close to the head, so we put it closer to the head. Pretty simple. For the ears we have to keep in mind that we could affect both sides if we sculpt on one of them, so we have to enable what is it called? Front faces only. Okay, we need some volume in there as well, but I think hold on, I want to put them closer to the head and actually, okay, especially right there, but I want to add more volume first, so I go into the advanced settings, set enable front faces only, and this way even if your brush is very big, you won't affect the other side of the this model. Oh, I've enabled the wrong setting. You see what happens if I have not enabled the right setting. Okay. Front faces. Oh. We can combine the crease brush with the clay build-up tool. Clay strips, I think it's called. To get in a very, very basic shape of a ear. Looks very, very rough because we have so little geometry, but that's just how it is. Just looking at the like very basic shape first. I'm not looking at the middle part. That's going to be later, maybe next step. Just looking at the very, very basic shape and size. Oh, hold on. We have to remove front faces only so I can move both sides. Okay. Some nice jazz playing. Perfect. Perfect for a speedy sculpting session. Okay, basic ear should be pretty good like this. Don't need to add more just yet. Okay, the eyes look kind of weird. Okay. Still trying to get the basics right, and then we can switch to the next resolution scale. Okay. We've been working with this resolution scale for roughly 30 minutes now. I think it's time for the next one. Now we have the very, very basics, so we can go deeper. So we put it to from 20 to 50. Hold on, I want to log into my Streamlabs again just to... Oh my god, why? Okay. Oh my god, nope, I don't need two-factor authentication. Yeah, that's me. I don't know why it always logs me out. Yeah, good. Okay. Okay. We have the resolution set to 50, so we can go deeper. First of all, I'm gonna go in here, make the nose a little bit more defined. Overall, just putting in some more. You know what? I'm gonna use. Oh, should I? Nope, not gonna use it. I was thinking about using detail flood fill that would just put the same resolution, geometry resolution over the whole sculpt, but we don't need more resolution for the lower body, so I'm not gonna do that. Just gonna very lightly go over all the important parts so that has more geometry. Okay. some big cubes on her forehead. Okay. Perfect. Okay. First of all, I'm just gonna very, very briefly refine or add some more detail, and then we can look at the proportions some more. Let me zoom in real quick. Oh, we have a missing image. Where's my image? Hold on. Oh, there it is. Okay. Still pretty rough, but just with a little bit more geometry, so we can define these shapes just a little bit better. Okay. Let's bring in the lower part of the nose by just cutting in here, making the nose holes. This kidney shape. Okay. We're still very, very rough. Not looking to add too much detail. This is still the part where we add the general shapes, and then later we're gonna go more into the details. Welcome back. Hope you enjoy your coffee. Hope it's tasting sublime. Okay. Yeah, I went deeper now. So I went from 20 resolution to 50. Now I'm gonna focus on the actual unique proportions, rather than just the overall proportions of a human. Just started doing that. So I focus on her nose first. That should be good for a first sketch. We're gonna focus on her lips next. Just drawing that in first with the crease brush. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to do, you can always like do something else. I'm not expecting anybody to always like write. I'm trying to make this also enjoyable if you're just listening and doing something else. So I was maybe thinking about, last week I did when I was sculpting on one of my projects, while I was sculpting, I was looking, there's this website that had like questions that, like interesting questions nobody knows the answer for, basically. And there were stuff like, if you're blind, do you actually dream visually? Even people that were blind from when they were born. And they actually do. They see, like they they see in their dreams, which is actually pretty interesting. We went through a few of those questions, and also a few philosophical questions. Yeah, so I theorized that they basically can create some sort of 3D, so it's basically like a 3D photogrammetry, I think it's called, where you where you make a photo of something and then you have a lot of like dots, like a point cloud that then will be transported or recreated as an actual model. I think this way the brain, like their brain, can create different 3D models by either like listening or touching stuff. So for example, if you touch an apple will look differently than, or like feel differently than, for example, like a toy car. And this way they can, I at least suspect, like create a visual object in their mind as well. They just can't see it. But I don't know, maybe I'm on a completely wrong path. So right in between the eyes, the nose is pretty thin and pretty deep. So we have to keep that in mind, because that's part of the eye socket. Then it tapers off, and you have your cheekbone roughly there. So we need some more volume, not too crazy though. Cut in here. Okay. Still trying to be pretty basic. The eye, what do you call it? Not eyelashes. The eyelids are pretty thick, so keep that in mind. Usually when I started, I made them pretty thin, but they're actually pretty thick, because they're actually like skin, and they have muscles in them as well, so they have to be a certain thickness to actually work. We have to smooth this part because her lower eye is pretty smooth. You can't really see any big cuts down there. Okay. Also, the upper lid is further forward than the lower lid, looking from the side. That means right now, hold on. Yep, so we have to pull down her eyelids. They're too high right now. So let's just pull them down. Your iris is usually higher, like higher than, like, not, they're more covered by the upper eyelid than the lower eyelid. This way, the lower eyelid is further back than the upper eyelid. One big mystery I still have is how the two eyelids like cross each other at the outer corners. Never really understand, like I never really understood that. That's still a mystery that I haven't really like uncovered, or how it actually works. We have to pull this into the center more. Okay. Her eyebrows are higher on the outer part than the inner part, so we have to, so with matte or dark Viper AU yesterday, it was the opposite. It was more like a horizontal, on a horizontal plane. For her, it's more, the inner part is lower than the upper part, not by much, but just a little bit. This may look like they're, like the scope looks angry, but that's just because of the the shape it has right now. We're gonna adjust it more and then it should look better. Okay, let's look from the side just to see what the proportions look like. I think her jaw is too big, so let's bring that up. Maybe her neck is also a little bit too wide. We can pull the back of the head forward. Maybe her back as well. Okay. Her neck is also pretty big. She's buffed. Okay. That's better. Maybe smooth out these muscles. They're not that visible. Okay. The worst part is before you put in any teeth, because then it's just gonna look like a grandma or grandpa. Because there are no teeth to really like fill the mouth. That's the worst part. But we're not there yet. Okay. There's one more fat pad right above the outer edge of the mouth, right there. That'll really bring in more character into your character. Like, it just adds a little bit more depth, or like it just makes it a little bit more realistic, because usually everybody has that fat pad, or everybody has the same fat pads, but it's just they're either differently distributed or like just change in their, or differ in their volume. Some have more, some have less. That's why some people have a very defined face. Exactly. And some have a more round face. Her jaw's a little bit too far forward. Put that back. Okay. I think her eyes are pretty... So with her, the... like one characteristic with every character is the horizontal placement of the inner and outer eye corners. Some have it like the inner corner is higher than the outer corner, some have it the other way around. Usually if you make female characters, usually your outer corner is higher up, so it looks more like cat eyes. But for her, I think it's horizontal, so they're on the same height. But we also have to add, right now she looks like a comic character, because we need to add some fat pads underneath her forehead, or like eyebrows. So there's one that's right underneath the bone that'll lie on top of the eyelids. So you have this very distinct, very deep eyelids crease, or wrinkle. And then it goes all the way back here. Okay. Pretty rough right now. You can also see how much fat they have under, like over their eyelids, depending on how small the length is from the end of the eyelid, like basically the opening of the eye, and the fold or wrinkle, like how Can I paint in here? I can. But that's not gonna work. So basically between the wrinkle and the eyelashes, how big the distance is tells you how much fat you should add to the above the eyelid, because that's what's going to create this wrinkle. Okay, I think we've put the eyebrows a little bit too high, so we can pull them back up, down. Also, the lower eyelid is usually has a smaller curve than the upper eyelid. Okay. Doesn't look too bad. Hopefully, let's see what the... Okay, we have to pull the eyes down a little bit more. Right now she's looking down. So, switch back to solid and just pull down everything. We can also switch, just stay in material preview to see what you're looking at. That's definitely better. Okay, we have to pull down the forehead. Okay. Now it's starting to take shape. We see an actual human, not just some sort of caricature or handsome Squidward. But we're still on a long path until we're done. One thing I want to look at is how big her cheeks will be. I mean her how round. So I'll look through my references to see a side view. Okay, maybe not this one. This one looks pretty good. She's smiling though. Oh, that's pretty good. Okay. So I have 4 streams where my marathon is divided over 4 streams. And I will do 2 female and 2 male sculpts, so I can train both. I did my first... Oh, thank you. Boom 2. Hopefully you enjoy what you're seeing. Hopefully you had a great day. If you have any questions, you can always ask me, whatever it is. Maybe, you know, last week, I had a philosophical question that was, what was before the Big Bang? Do you have an answer? If so, give it to me. That was one of the questions that we had last week. My theory basically was just that the whole universe was just in a very, very black hole form, because I think one of the first laws is that no type of energy is just disappears. It'll always convert into something else, or the energy is never gone. It'll just become something else. And I thought everything that you have in the universe right now was just in one big pile and then at some point exploded. But maybe you have a different theory. So right now we still have a lot of definition. Her cheekbones are pretty defined. We have to make that a little bit smoother. We definitely need some more fat. Also, we have to change her expression. She looks kind of neutral right now, so we're gonna pull down her corners, mouth corners, put them a little bit closer together, and then I think it's time for some teeth, otherwise it's just gonna look weird. This way we can also shape the lips a little bit better, because without teeth it just looks kind of weird, and you don't really have anything you can base your proportions off of that is part of the mouth, rather than just like, you can look at the jaw, for example, but sometimes it's just, at least for me, easier to look at the teeth to base your lips off of. Yeah, there was nothing, and then Thanos came and snapped the universe into reality. Yeah, I mean, we can do some philosophical questions right now. Let's see what we have. I don't know if I have my page still open. I don't think so. So, philosophical questions. Okay, we have different topics. Let's go. Oh, let's go to. We have human nature and the human condition, the universe and the reality. That's the one we did yesterday. I mean, last week. The human mind, consciousness and intelligence, ethics and morality, society and government, and science and technology. The human mind, consciousness and intelligence sounds pretty interesting. If you have any other wishes, tell me. Otherwise, I'm just gonna pick that. Whales live on ground? What? No, okay. So on like the sea ground, or like an actual, like, above water? They evolve into flying sea creatures. Okay. I never heard that before. Thanks, Boom. Do you mean like when it comes to like Blender or sculpting, or do you mean more what we're talking about with science and theories, philosophical questions? I mean, philosophical questions are more like questions there isn't really like a concrete answer for. That's why they're so good for discourse, because you can just discuss them all the time. I think it's time for the human mind, consciousness and intelligence. Let's see. Is it possible to... Oh, no, that's one interesting. If every neuron in a human was accurately simulated in a computer, would it result in a human consciousness? I would say... Okay, so that's kind of weird, because then there's one more question, which is it possible to prove that other people besides yourself have consciousness? If we... like if we say yes to that question, we could probably like think about the first one. Could we simulate consciousness in a computer? I mean, at least I think consciousness in itself is like just I would say it's more like yeah, how do you define consciousness? Like just having thoughts and having like not only like binary thoughts, but also like thinking about the possibilities and what you do. And I think so. I heard a talk about that before, where people were discussing whether or not you could simulate a consciousness, and I think one of them said that you can't, just because it's too big and you can't go too far. Like you can't go as far as actually simulating consciousness. But I think if you break it down, you could basically turn every decision into a binary decision. So either you do it or you don't. And then if you look at it like that, you could always ask, or the computer could break down every question or every decision he could make into multiple options. Like if you have an option, so basically every decision has a second decision you make. So if you decide to go out with your friends, you also in the same sense decide to not stay at home and watch TV or do something else. So you can basically not only ask yourself, okay, should I stay home and watch TV, or should I go out with my friends? You could just ask, do you want to go out? Yes or no? And then if you say yes, you just go out, and if you say no, you can you could do something else. Of course, if you have multiple options, usually that's because you look for the best outcome, or you look at multiple options at the same time, which will lead to multiple, like that's why you have this complex structure of multiple situations or multiple options in one. But I think you could break it down to binary like decisions, and if you could do that, you could probably simulate consciousness. I mean, I would say yeah, you could. It'll probably take a while. But even if you the best thing is, if you can, then you can also create a robot that can create a second robot that could create consciousness, and then you can build your own your army of computer humans. We can simulate consciousness. We just must have a large computer with very good super processor with a I've read the Elon Musk okay, hold on, I'm bad at reading. I have read that Elon Musk have made a device that connects to your brain and your neurons. Yeah, I've heard that before as well. It can copy your brain electronic waves and stuff, and this can simulate a real brain. Yeah, I think this Neuralink, I think it's called, can be connected to your brain, and this way if it detects certain brain waves or thoughts in your brain that always have the same pattern, basically it executes on a certain whatever you want to call it, operation. This way you can for example control your Alexa with your thoughts, because it then can think, Alexa, turn the lights off, and then she turns the lights off. So we're in agreement. That's a bad thing, so we can't discuss it. So I think one of the arguments against being able to simulate consciousness is just that it takes too much processing power, or I think the resources would have to be too high. Yeah. What's up? Did you mess up your oh, hold on, I have to save my Sculpt before it just vanishes into nothingness, because it crashed and program crashes. That's what happened once. I lost 15 minutes of my Sculpt, so it wasn't too bad, but I would rather prefer not. Okay. So you mean the Neuralink, you would be against that? Because it's connected to your brain? Or how it's working? I think it's not supposed to be used for for like studies, it's more supposed to be used as a, like, just similar to Alexa, that you can just think a thought, like, okay, let's Google what this and this means, and then you Google it in your head and you actually instantly know what it means, because Neuralink just tells you what it, like, what it is, what that you want to know. That's how I understood it, at least. Okay, looking pretty good. I think the nose is a little bit too long. That's one of the mistakes I did for the last sculpt, but I think we're on a good path. What I like to do to really compare what it looks like is I switch to rendered view. This way I can see a shaded look at my character. It's just if you look at the bottom part right there, at the bottom view, you can see a what is it called? A matte cap is applied, and this matte cap always has the same shading. So if we switch to rendered view, you can of course change your shading, and you can also see just a different lighting setup, which can really help. Yeah. So yeah, the beginning is just like Google Glasses, but like better, and then maybe at some point you can use it for stuff like new limbs and all that. Connecting limbs with a Neuralink sounds pretty interesting. We need some more volume right in front of here. Connecting the cheekbone with the fat pad right above the nose and the mouth. Making that smoother. Her upper, like underneath her eyes, it's pretty smooth, so we have to keep that in mind. Her cheekbone is pretty high, so we pull that up. Maybe computers already ruled the world and we're in a simulation. You never know. Maybe we're all just simulations and we've solved our own problem. We're already simulated. Oh, that's a cool song. I don't even know if you can really hear it. This deep, I'm gonna make it louder. This deep, like, subnautic sound. Okay, let's bring it back. Okay. So at first I wanted to sculpt Ariana Grande, just because usually with females they have less, like, their features are usually smoother, if you want to call it that. So males have usually more sharp okay, that doesn't explain it more, like they're either, for example, their jaws rather usually like sharper, their nose has more distinct shapes, and then I wanted to sculpt Ariana Grande because her face is pretty smooth. This way I can also practice like making more not smooth, very light changes that change the look of the face in a distinct way. So for her, so I didn't choose Ariana Grande, but I think she would be harder to sculpt than Dua Lipa, just because she has more unique features that aren't smooth, which sounds kind of weird. I can really explain it. Like some people just have less very unique features that, for example, like a big nose, a certain nose shape, or lips in a certain shape, and this way it's harder to really capture their likeness or their uniqueness, just because at first glance they just look pretty, I don't want to say basic, but featureless. So that's why I wanted to sculpt Ariana Grande first. Of course, I'm not saying Ariana Grande looks like every other female person, but she, I think, just has her unique features aren't as apparent as other people's. I think she'll be fine. Hopefully I'm not getting cancelled about over this. Okay. I think the nose is still pretty long, so we pull it back a little bit more. Okay. We have to pull up her nose. Okay. That looks pretty good already. We get some more features in. So one thing you could do is save in multiple steps. So you have one version with, for example, 50 resolution, then you have one version with 100, and then you can compare the two to see what changes you did and if these changes were actually beneficial. I didn't do that, so we don't have to worry about that. So one thing I want to change though is the smoothness. We have to smooth out these wrinkles some more, because her look is pretty neutral. No muscles are really flexed. For example, if she was smiling, her the muscles going from her cheekbones to her mouth corners would be like flexing, so they pull back the corner of the mouth. But with her, there aren't any crazy flexed muscles, so her face is pretty smooth. Oh, wrong way. Okay. I think her lower lip can be a little bit bigger. We're gonna also adjust the volume of the lips. So for the lower lip, you have basically two balloons, one on the one side and one on the other side. Basically one over here, basically like this. That's the volume of the lower lip. And then for the upper lip, you have one right there in the middle, and then you have two that go like this. That's the very basic shape. This way you get a big round shape at the bottom. You can see it from the side a little bit better. We have to pull this up a little bit more. Okay, so you have these nice round shapes at the bottom, and then you have three, one small in the middle, like this, and then you have two longer round shapes on the outside. And then also one thing I have learned in a feedback session where somebody critiqued or gave me feedback for my sculpt. That was one of the earliest face sculpts I did, was for the lips. The lips, they're basically just the color red because they're coming from the inside of the mouth. So if you look at the lips, they go from, if you look at from the lips from the bottom, you can see that's basically the plane of the lip. And then it goes like this one just goes around the mouth or the teeth. And then this one actually goes inside of the mouth and then turns. So it's like the inside of the mouth. I don't know if that was understandable. So it twists basically. It looks in this direction first, then it goes to the corner, and it basically flips from this direction in the other direction. So it faces out first, and then it faces in when it reaches the end. That's one important thing to do lips right. That was probably a way too complex explanation for something pretty simple. We need some more volume in here in the lower lip. Putting in some bigger balloons. Okay. Her notorious lower lip. That's one of her unique features. Okay, one thing we could do to get a better look at her with eyebrows is we can just use the mask tool to draw on eyebrows, for example. People always look very, very different without any eyebrows, so we can just paint them in to have a very, like, have a good look to see if we're on the right path. Something like this, I would say, should work, just to see if we're on a good path. We can like, it's good to do that in a pretty low resolution to still be able to change the big shapes, because if you do that later, it could be that if you have already like worked on the details, then going back to the main shapes is very hard. You will either remove all the detail you've added before, or you just can't do it overall. So doing that pretty early is a good thing to do. So what we see is, or at least I can see that her, this part should be a little bit further out. So let's do that real quick. Oh, hello, what is you? Okay, see ya. We have to pull this out a little bit more. Give it some more volume. Just to, because in my reference, I was able to see that her, yeah, that looks better. You basically have different planes for the forehead. You have one plane that goes like, it's right there. Right there. That's the first plane that goes from the corner of the forehead, like right where the eyes end vertically, or horizontally, no, vertically. Then they go like up, and then you also have one plane that goes back that sometimes, as you can see, caves in. With her, it's not that drastic, but sometimes you can see it a little bit more. It's more apparent with other people. For example, right here, some people have a very sharp forehead like this. Of course, that is too crazy, but of course not to that degree. But yeah, some people have a more sharp forehead or eyebrow. I don't know what you call that. Eyebrow corner, outer eyebrow corner. Right now I'm sculpting in, or cutting in the eye socket edge. This part is part of the eye socket. So you have this very distinct edge right there. Not only in here, but this corner goes all the way down like this. Like this. Okay, let's see. Looks pretty good so far. I think we need some more jaw, so we can add some more volume right there. We also have some fat back here, so that's the way to add some more volume. Also, we need some more volume under the jaw. Although for her jaw is actually pretty, her jawline is pretty sharp, so we don't really have to add too much. We could probably add some more detail down here though. Make this rounder. Usually, most people have a pretty round neck. Some people have a very defined, muscly neck, but usually it's pretty smooth. So we've asked the question, can we simulate consciousness? We've basically expected that we can actually prove consciousness. But what if we can't? Or what? Let's revisit that question. Can you actually prove consciousness? So proving would probably be like setting up rules that you could take, whether or not it is like if it is true or not. So you would probably have to set some rules, or like facts you would have to check to see if somebody has consciousness. I mean, you could say like, oh, like everybody that can make decisions has a consciousness, I guess. Or maybe that's too, well, then you could say a computer also does like makes decisions. If it's, for example, like actually, I don't even know if that's actually a decision. Like AI just like makes decisions as well. And like they can learn to run, for example, so they can decide how they want to climb a ladder or like go up the stairs. And that's, you could consider consciousness, I guess. Maybe lower kinds of consciousness. You're implying we can prove it at some point. Do you have an idea how? I'm not quite sure how you could do that. I think it's time for some more definition in her nose. I haven't really touched her nose yet. Although I did, but I haven't really... I don't think the resolution size is big enough to really define much. So we would have to go deeper. Okay. Save that. I think it's time for some ear details. So the ear is made up of 2 letters. Or you can break it down into 2 letters. They're very far apart in the alphabet. One of them is a C and one of them is a Y. I'll paint it in just a second. I want to first just give the outer rim of the eye a little bit more volume. Oh, hold on. I need my front face. Oh, it's actually applied. Hold on. There you go. Okay. So let me fill out, give it just a little bit more volume, and then I will show or draw in the 2 shapes. So you have a C, which will be the bigger shape. So it goes just like this, roughly. And then the C basically goes into the ear like this, and then you have your Y. So you have this little ding-a-dong right there, this little thingy, and then you have your Y, which will be starting from this this hole where your eye hole is basically, and then you have this Y that goes like this, and then like this. So that's the Y, and that's the C. Yeah, I think that's easier to explain than just like moving my cursor. So well, yeah, I mean, so you're implying that at some point we can if we can create consciousness, we can basically create, well, maybe not vision, but at least like a robot that, yeah, basically an AI, just like what was the game? AI, not AI. Was it AI Detroit? No, it has something Detroit. Can't remember what it was. So we have the C right there, make it bigger hole maybe. Oh, hold on, we have to put in some more volume on the back. Okay. We're not going to see the back of the ear, so we don't have to focus on it too much. Okay. And then we have this hole right there. We need more strength. We can't. We have maximum strength. Hold on. Cut in right there. So we have this smaller shape. And then the Y. Let me... dude, this hole has to be deeper. Okay, perfect. Okay. And then you have your Y, which is... hold on. Okay. You have your Y, which will be starting here. And then goes... One of the two arms goes from down here and connects to the entrance of the C into the middle part of the ear. So something like this. And the other arm goes more up here, like this. So of course you have variations in different people. Some Ys are a little bit further back, some are more spread out, and that's the general basic shape of an ear. Then you have some deeper parts of the ear back here. Okay, there you go. This part is pretty deep, and then you have basically a small canal. Your C goes into the ear right there. And then you have this canal that goes from here into the hole, and that's the biggest, like the big hole right there. And then you have this weird little thing right there, this nub that then makes this turn. And some people also have this weird bump right there. That was the case yesterday and also the case today. Okay. Okay, that's kind of rough right now. Let's smooth this ear shape a little bit. You can see we don't have enough geometry right now or resolution to really put in big details, but that shouldn't be too bad. Ears don't require too much detail, so I think that should be enough. What we have to keep in mind though, that this part down here, my back here, is a little bit closer to the head than the Y part. So sometimes you can see from the front the Y arms are further out than the C, like this. For other people it's different. Okay. Her shoulders are too wide, but we're gonna cut off her shoulders anyway, so we don't have to worry about that. Okay, let's see what the positioning of the lips look like. I think we have to put this further back, just a little bit, not too much. Okay, we then have to pull the lower part of her lips a little bit more forward. Just grabbing it, pulling it forward. There you go. Making it rounder. Okay. Yeah. Her upper lips can also be a little bit fuller. So we just pull it up. You can really see the twist from the side. Right now it's facing outwards like this, and then you can see it's facing down, and then down here, like completely down, and then it twists into the inside. Now, okay. Are we ready for the next step? That's the question. hold on, before I go deeper, I'm gonna smooth this out. Okay. I think her eyes are actually a little bit wider. So one thing you can also keep in mind is the inner corner of the eye is on the same horizontal height or axis with the corners of the mouth. I mean the nose, the nostril basically. So if you paint in a mask like this basically, and then also if you look at the lower the lip, like the start of the upper lip, you can then go into the middle right there, paint to the outer part of the nostril, and then if you keep going, right there should be the end of your eyes. So her eyes can actually be a little bit wider. Not too far. Of course, we have to remove the mask. But I think that's pretty good. Oh, we've reached 100 messages. Crazy. Yeah, that's one thing. So I really was struggling with the eye size, and this really helped me nail it down and have something I can like orientate myself with, because otherwise you're just trying something and hope it works and looks good in the end. But with this measurement option or like scale or technique, it's just easier to know if you're right or not. Okay, there's also a fat pad underneath someone's eye, so we have to put that in as well. Hold on, I have a... Okay. Looking at my reference. Okay. Need her side view. Okay, perfect. This can be a little bit higher. I think the shape of her eyes is still not right. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's go to material preview so we can see the iris. We can orientate ourselves with this a little bit better. Okay. So one thing you can keep in mind is the iris, as you can see right there in this view. You can see it's not a perfect circle. The iris is a little bit further forward, so you have this oval shape. So this way the iris or the skin around the iris pushes the eyelids further apart, which means if you look at the iris, where the iris basically connects with the eyelids should be the biggest distance between the two eyelids. And also the curve of the upper eyelid is usually bigger than the lower eyelid. I think it's time for another first of all, I'm gonna put in the mask just to see what it looks like. Before I do that though, I'm gonna smooth this part. Okay. Then bring in my mask. Very basic eyebrow shape. Oh, I think yeah. I'm always forgetting that when I'm just working, when I'm in the sculpting flow. Sometimes I'm going like full stream without any water, just like because I forget it, which isn't good. So don't do that. I don't even know. I think that you can donate bits when you're an affiliate, I think. I think you have to like register your account to be able to receive donations and bits. Yeah. I'm planning on not becoming an affiliate just because I'm not only streaming on Twitch but also on YouTube, just because I care more about reaching more people than actually like, okay, well, I want to like reach more people rather than like receiving the perks of affiliate perks. That's also why I'm debating whether if I could become a partner, whether I should do that or not. Just because if you build like, if you start streaming on like, I see it, if you like stream on both platforms, of course you build like a sort of community on both. And if you then like become a partner, you can only stream on one. So you would have to tell the YouTube community, for example, oh, how about you switch your habits and move over to Twitch? And then most people wouldn't do that. That's one reason. And also, yeah, I don't know. I haven't really thought about that too much because I don't think I'm close to anything like that. Oh, yeah. Exactly. Double chat. There's also like a chatbot I could activate that would transfer or like transport the YouTube chat into the Twitch chat. The problem with that is that every time the bot types something, it would look like as if Nightbot would type something, but the name of the bot is super huge. Like it not only includes, like it tells you restream.io, I think it's the name, and then in brackets the name of the person. I think then afterwards in brackets the time when it was sent, and then after that you would see the actual message, and that's just super messy and would look so like just spam basically. That's why I deactivated it. I do not like it. Yep. Then, for example, you can see if someone, like for example, if you type in Twitch chat the whole time and then someone enters YouTube chat, they would see like, I don't even know if they would see old logs, but if they don't type, they just have this wall of text of just bots copying the messages. I mean, one reason you would activate that would probably be, I'm gonna go deeper now, so I will save it. Oh, before I do that though, I will yeah, exactly. That's why I have deactivated it, because you can see it anyway. One positive with that bot would probably be that you can add people on other platforms. You could probably like answer someone with an ad so they can see it. But I mean, there isn't really much discourse right now, so it isn't really beneficial for me. So I'm gonna add hair, because hair really affects how a person looks. I'm gonna add the long hair first, and then I can still like draw in the eyebrows if I need to. So I just duplicate my head, call it hair. Okay, hair. I then remove one of the two duplicates. I bring in a cube, pull it down here. I will basically cut off the lower part, so everything below or down from the neck or the head, like this. So we go in here, use the Boolean modifier. Yep, this should be gone. Thank you. Apply. Next up, we want to remove the ears. We use UV sphere, make it smaller. Use a mirror modifier. Before we do that though, I'm going to subdivide it just because we need a little bit more geometry, because this way it looks better in the end. We use a mirror modifier. The mirror object is the head, and then we can cut off the ears as well. There is no hair on the ears, so we don't need the ears in the hair model. Okay, go in here, Boolean. Yep. See ya. Okay. Nope, that's just gonna be a sculpt, no retopology. That would take too long. And I mean, it's just practice. It's not like should be like game ready or anything. Okay, I'm gonna remove her mouth and nose as well. Like this. We could probably remove her eyes as well, but that should be enough for now. Okay, Boolean, apply. There you go. Oh, okay. Looks kind of like a mask. Looks actually pretty cool. If we bring the head back and then scale it, oh, not this one, scale it down, we can get a mask. Okay, but we're gonna do the opposite. We're gonna scale the hair model smaller, like this. So it's underneath, and then we can bring in a shader, make a new one, and then go back or down to viewport display, switch the color to something blondish brown. Let's just say black for now. If we then use sculpting on that, oh, hold on, you can see we have some interference. We have to push the eyes into the model, the head model, so we can see the hair in the eyes. Like this. There's one project I'm working on, my long-term project right now, that is a retopologized character, where I was using my base model. I'm currently working on the game, or what is it, real-time hair with that, like working with hair cards to create real-time hair. That's probably going to be, I'm probably going to continue that next week. Oh, good night. Hope you have the rest of your day, like good nights, basically. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed it. Okay, let's see. So, oh, that's going to be harder, because now that's the problem with hair. Hair isn't symmetrical usually. So especially with her hairstyle, there's one side that is like basically all the hair is going to be on one side. So what I'm going to do is first of all put in the general shape of the head, or the scalp. So we just draw that on basically. Like this. So the basic hair sculpt, like hair silhouette, is of course different for everyone. but we can just go back here. That is a pretty good start. I think for her, we should go a little bit further forward, because otherwise she will have like huge receding hair, a receding hairline. Maybe something like this. Okay, now we fill out the space on top. That's why I switched the color. Otherwise, both models would have the same color, which you can't really then just like see what you're actually drawing. This way you can actually see it. Put that on there. There you go. Oh, we have some problems down here. We need some more. There you go. We should probably enable dynamic topology. Put that back to 20. This is just pretty rough for the beginning. Oh, there you go. So something like this. Okay. That's the basic. Oh, okay, hold on. Goes pretty deep right there. We cut off a little bit too much. I think that's how it looks. We don't really see it in the end anyway, because she has long hair. And then we're gonna fill this out and then bring in some more longer hair. Before we do that though, we have to deactivate symmetry. Okay, there you go. She has some hair. And now we can bring in some long hair. So we have to deactivate symmetry, as I said before, and now we can bring it to one side. How we do that is probably just by yeah, I mean, we could just hold on. Okay, it's full power, so let's put that on there. You can see it from the side. It's so black that you can't even see shadows. We need more. Then I'm just gonna pull it down. Okay. More volume. Okay, that should be pretty good for the beginning. Then we can just grab the snake hook. Pull it down. Okay, well now we've grabbed... Okay, hold on. We could probably just shape it with the snake hook itself. We're not gonna see the ear right there, so we can just pull it down. Like this. Looks more like some sort of worm. But that's why we're still working on it. We have to put it deeper though. So all the way down there to the shoulder height. Medium long hair. We're gonna keep it pretty rough for the beginning. We're just looking for a rough estimate to how it's gonna look in the end. This way we can better compare. For example, we have one more point of reference we can use for the proportions of the head. There you go. Just like this. Of course, still pretty flat. We need some more volume in here, so let's bring in some more volume. Just using the snake hook some more, especially at the top. There's no volume basically, so let's bring that forward. This actually goes in front of her face. We might have to not do that, at least for now, because we're still working on her face. So let's keep it like this maybe. We need some more, but we can add that later. Just trying to... I think that looks pretty good so far. Just getting in the very, very basic shape. That's one thing I forgot yesterday. I wasn't really adding the hairstyle to use that as reference. I just added it in the end which I think is missed opportunity just because you can, as I said before, use this as a reference point for your facial proportions as well. Especially the hairline. You can see how long the forehead will be if you put it in early, and then you can still change it. Okay. I can't even see what I'm drawing because it's so black. Hold on. There you go. That's better. I was looking at a pure shadow. Okay, the back of the hat isn't really necessary right now, so we're not going to care about it. So, what's your project for today? Are you also doing, I mean, you said you're making a character sculpt. Are you doing a female as well, or a male character? Okay. A goblin type. Are you in that phase right now? The goblin phase? Or do you mean an actual goblin? A zombie. Okay. I was wondering if you were making a joke or actually like you're doing a goblin. Big nose, big smile. Okay, so now if we bring, let's see, what it looked like in rendered view. Oh, hold on. Go to object mode. There you go. We have to switch back to the head. I think that should be pretty good for now. Yeah, if you ever want to like get some feedback, you can always ask. I'm down for giving feedback. Feedback is the best. No, hold on. Mistakes are the best tools to learn. So I'm always looking for feedback. Some people are like, take it personally. But I think that's just I mean, you can show me in the end when I'm done. You can show me your process as well if you want. Or progress, not process. Or if you want to get some feedback now, of course, always. I also want to get better at actually giving someone feedback for their sculpts, because I think sometimes you have to first really discover the mistakes. Sometimes they're not as apparent, and you have to, oh no, I've deactivated the mirror. Sometimes you have to go a little bit deeper to actually see some minor mistakes. Yeah, I'm gonna go maybe like an hour longer. I have one more hour. That should be a good time frame. Then we're done for today. Then we can look at the fun results. Hold on. Mirror. If you, for example, see that you've messed up and you've sculpted without symmetry on, you can enable X symmetry to then work with symmetry, and then you can go to direction and click on symmetrize, so it symmetrizes the face. Negative X to X means, I think, that the left side will be mirrored to the other side. That's what I want. So if I do that, the right side changes. Perfect. Now I can start working on it again. I think it's time for some water. You can never have enough. Okay, nice flavored water. We still have some of that. I usually just drink tap water, but we have some left of the flavored water, so I just drink that until it's like there's nothing left, and then I'll just revert back to my good old tap water. Oh, hello. Wait. Oh, I switched the resolution back. Let's switch it to 100. I think that's the current. Oh, that's even lower. Should we go lower? Before I do that, I want to paint in with my mask so I can see better what it looks like. I think we have to change the eyebrow a little bit more. Although I'm not quite sure. Let's check. Like this. Okay. I think that looks pretty good. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I think we're on a good path. Perfect. Okay. Bad thing is, I'm sorry, with female characters, you have long eyelashes. And maybe I could import some. Maybe. I'll see in the end. I have some hair particle eyelashes that I could maybe import from a different model. Maybe not. We'll see. Oh, hold on. I have to switch that back to 50. Let's look at it in rendered view. Maybe her face is a little bit too wide right now. We can adjust that in a second. Also, her lower lip is rounder. Let's fix that real quick. That's better. Let's look. Oh, before we do that, we'll push in the face. Right there, the ears. Oh, we see some hair. Let's remove that real quick. Switch the sculpt. So I'm also doing this. When I started like really trying to improve my likeness sculpting, I was looking for some good tutorials on YouTube, but I couldn't find any except for advertisements for courses. So I thought I would do a marathon of 4. Well, in the end it's going to be 6 likeness sculpts that I did. Some are better than others, and I can do a video compiling all the information I've gathered, or the knowledge I've gathered, and make a video talking how you can make likeness sculpts. Of course, I'm gonna like say, okay, I'm not a master yet, but that's what my process is. Things you can watch out, or you should look out for, and all that, because yeah, there wasn't really any video explaining that. There were only like stuff like stylized characters. How can you make stylized characters? Tips for stylized characters. I'm sorry, but I don't want to do stylized characters. I want realistic characters. And yeah, all the information I've gathered was only like through experience and like reading stuff. Speechar? I think I've never heard of him. Let's see. Maybe another inspiration. Let's see. Oh yeah, I've seen his video with the process of creating a a female head from a sphere. Yeah. But he's also like creating a female head without, like, of course with reference maybe, but nothing really, like, no, he's not trying to capture a likeness. But I've seen his video. I think I've watched the whole way through just to see how he creates his sculpts. It was definitely really helpful. Let me see what happens if I Google, go to YouTube and just look for likeness sculpting tutorial. Likeness sculpting tutorial part 1. Oh. Yeah, okay, so for him it's more like a for the ones I see at least, it's more like full 40-minute explanations or split up into parts. I think I want to do something more dense, meaning like 20 minutes or so, explaining the process rather than actually going through the whole process. I think that's just more approachable. And then if somebody wants to see more or like dive deeper, they could look at either like one of my streams or just try it themselves. Okay, we're gonna go deeper, more resolution. That's also, like, I've done 2 Blender beginner tutorials. I don't think they're very good, but the structure I think is pretty good. I explained, like, my approach was, usually when you start Blender, you're just looking at like 70 shortcuts you have to learn and the interface and all that, all the facts and techniques you're supposed to learn. I approached it more in that sense that when you start Blender, you just look at images and think to yourself, dude, I don't even know how I would start. So my tutorial is more that you create, or I guide that person through a project. So the first project I did was a very simple house on a island that's surrounded by a river basically, and with just a tree. So the beginner tutorial is just a house with windows, a door, and a tree, low poly basically. And then if somebody wants to go deeper and add more to the scene because they're motivated and they want to do more, then I made a second tutorial that I linked in the description where they could look at it, get some, like, I basically kept going on that like scene and added more stuff like mountains and more trees and more buildings. And then they can look at, see if they could recreate what I built, see how I build it, and maybe just get some inspiration to do their own stuff. Yeah, exactly. More project-based stuff rather than, okay, part 1, today we're gonna go through the interface. Here you can see blah blah blah, and then part 2, here we're gonna do shortcuts. And then what I did for Blender, I started with this kind of tutorial where you have like hundreds of tutorial like parts that explain every single aspect of the Blender beginner process basically. And then I had like a whole list of like 50 shortcuts that I've never used afterwards. Like when I was done creating or like writing everything down, I thought to myself, I'm never gonna look at that hot or shortcut list ever again. And I never did. So I don't know, I think it's just easier to just do and learn that way rather than learning and then doing. like learning by doing, not learning and then doing. That's at least my favorite approach to learning anything. So, for example, when I want to improve my likeness sculpts, I just do more. And then, for example, when I want to improve my like some sort of aspect of my skills, for example, I don't know, environment design or like sculpting clothes, I would create a character to like improve on my character sculpts, and also then add clothing, for example, just focusing, like adding one more aspect that I want to learn into my next project, so I not only just like learn by or practice, but also learn something new by adding that aspect that I want to learn. I think in this way you can just perpetually learn more and more and more. You can still do whatever you want, like the project that you get inspired to doing, but by just adding one more thing that you want to learn, you can also like improve on a deliberate aspect. Okay. Especially with Blender, I think learning by doing is just way easier. And the best thing is, before I did my first tutorial, I tested that technique on my colleague. Basically, I did the whole tutorial with her to see how it would turn out, if she has like some sort of questions that I could put in the video. And in the end, she just had her own like little house. It actually looked different than mine, more artistic, if you want to call it that. It actually didn't look too bad. And after she was done, she was like stoked and wanted to do even more. And then she was like telling me, oh, now I can, so we want to renovate our garden, so now I can model it before we actually do it and all that. So that's why I did the second tutorial, or the second part. Yeah, exactly. That was basically the same for me for motion design or like motion graphics. At some point, someone asked, can somebody edit videos? We need an editor, basically. Before I started my apprenticeship, I think it's called, I had 2 YouTube channels, one with like, I think I did alone or solo, and one I did with a school friend. They didn't like take long until we quit, but I've learned editing in that time, and then I was able to do that for them. This way I slowly got more and more project with video editing. And this way I improved my video editing, and now I'm basically the elite motion graphics guy in our blanking, hold on. Company. Hold on. Perfect. I don't know why that's such a hard word. Yeah. At some point I just became the main guy for that. Problem is now, because we're not really focusing on motion design, I've kind of reached a peak. That's why I was looking for, or I am looking for a new... I'm planning on switching probably this year, if I get the job. If not, then I'm probably just going to stay there for maybe a year, maybe a little bit less. Yeah. There's one more person that basically did the same in my current company. Wait, yeah. Company sounds so big. We're like 30 people, though it's not like super big. Company sounds like a huge huge yeah, company rather than like a small group of people. And he also just learned it by doing it, but he does more layout stuff or like 2D stuff, graphic stuff, and I just became the person that took all the video jobs, because at some point they see, oh, he can do it as well, then I get more and more jobs, and then at some point I become the guy. Problem is then when the guy is gone, who will do the job afterwards? Yeah, exactly. That was it was similar for me. I at some point my mom read an article. So the first plan I had when I looked for a job was like the first big goal I was like striving for was game design, or like game character design would probably be my dream. And that's basically, that was the beginning. So I first just started to go into a creative job, basically graphics designer. And at some point I wanted to do more, as you say. And hold on, I have to, the nose looks kind of big. Let's see. So I wanted to do more in terms of 3D. My mom read an article about Blender, that told me, hey, you could test that, maybe you like it. So I tried it, of course. So how I started learning Photoshop was basically just doing a medium to beginner tutorial. So you had to have some knowledge, but Photoshop isn't too hard to learn, so it wasn't like a huge challenge for me. And then I tried the same technique for Blender. So I went into a lightsaber tutorial for my first tutorial. And then after like a few minutes I thought, okay, well that's not gonna work. And then I just quit Blender for like a few years until I then went back and looked at it again and like started from scratch, like with an actual beginner tutorial. Yeah. I think without my mom I wouldn't have my current job. I don't know, maybe. Because of course, if you're like in school, you don't care about the future, or I mean, at least like you don't care about getting a job necessarily. So she, at some point, she always said like, dude, you have to apply for an apprenticeship at some point. I'm always like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do that at some point. And then she printed out every agency in like near where I live from the yellow pages. So I could call them and ask them if they still have like, if they would take me, or if I should even send in a request. And so there were like, I don't even know, like 8 to 10 pages full of like 10 per page. So I went through all of them, but then in the end like maybe 5 or so that I was gonna send my resume to, and one of them was actually successful. No, 2 of them. I went to one, what do you call it, like this talk, it's not gonna called talk, but where you like meet the people and talk with them. So the first one was successful, or like I think I was the only one that applied in that year, and they just finished their other apprentice is it called apprentice if you're like doing an apprenticeship? Either way, like they were looking for a new one. They haven't sent out any posts, I think, on social media or anything. Yeah, internship, exactly. And so I sent them my resume. They invited me for an interview. They said, okay, you can have the job, basically. I think they sent me an email later and told me that. So I was happy with that, because I thought, like, in that interview I was happy and like thought they were dope and wanted to work there. So I think I completely forgot the second no, hold on. I went to the first interview of the other company, but then they asked or invited me to a second interview. But because the first one was successful and I wanted to work there anyway, I think I forgot to check my emails to see if they sent me an invite, and they actually did. And then I had to write them like an apology that I didn't go. And then I just went to the first company. And that's basically why I am there now. Pretty lucky. But I mean, sometimes you have to get lucky. I mean, everything is just basically, you can either see it as luck or like being unlucky or lucky. Both is based off of randomness. And usually everything that's unlucky can in some part also be seen as lucky. Everything that's bad comes with something good, or at least you can make it good. Okay. Let's pull these corners down a little bit more. Yep. My motto is if anything bad happens, except for when you like maybe die, then at least you can't think anymore. If anything bad happens, you can at least think back later and laugh it off, except for when it's like someone else dying. So usually every time I, for example, spill a drink, doesn't happen often, but every time that happens, I think like to a time like next day, thinking back at it and laughing about it because it's like so dumb. But that happened. Every time something bad happens, even if something good happens, I think like, oh, I'm gonna look back at this and like have fond memories. I should focus some more. I don't have that much time left. I mean, I wouldn't call death a goal, but more like a deadline. So everything you do before that deadline is should be fun and fulfill you. And everything that works negatively, well, yeah, deadline, of course. Everything that affects your life negatively on your path to the deadline should be avoided. Let's bring in some teeth. She doesn't need a mouth guard anymore. She needs some actual teeth. So we cut in right there because the lower part of her teeth, if she opens her mouth, of course, the jaw goes lower. So the teeth will go lower as well. It doesn't necessarily mean that the lips will like split apart or like open up, but that doesn't mean that the lower teeth will be visible. For this one, for example, you won't see them. So we don't need to add them. Okay. Pretty rough, of course. We're not going to add too much detail to these teeth. I think we need to go a little bit higher in terms of geometry to add good looking teeth. So we're going to do that later. Let's save real quick. I think I haven't done that for a long time. Okay. And then we can maybe look at bring the eyebrows back. Okay. Hold on. Okay. So what I wanted to say is I wonder how it's how it's gonna be when I switch my job, like switch company basically. How they will do all the jobs, because then there's basically just one person that could do them. I mean, he'll probably be able to do them, but I think he hasn't done many animations for a long time, so I've taken all the motion design job from him. So yeah, I mean, I don't really have to care about that, so just wondering. I think the biggest problem is with, especially for females. Oh, hold on. Oh, that's why I'm always looking for no makeup images, because then you can best see the actual eye size. Because of course makeup will make your eyes look bigger. But that's the problem, especially for likeness sculpts. Then this way you'll probably make your eyes bigger than they actually are. I think they look pretty good so far, but maybe we can tweak it a little bit more. Yeah, I mean, I'm not fearing for them, but I'm just looking at the short-term effects. I don't really have to care about that, but it was just an interesting thought to me. I mean, I'm not gonna think about them and then not quit because they would have to change. I don't know, like they would have some problems. Of course, I'm not gonna think about it like that. I was just wondering. I wouldn't sacrifice my life for other people's, like, to make other people's life easier. If it's not like super crazy change. What we could do though for the eyes is we could put in makeup, so we can actually see a little bit of the end result. So we could probably, for example, just use our mask tool again and go like this. Okay, Haha. Let's switch to rendered view. Okay, you can't really see the mask in there. Oh. I think the mouth is too slim. Like we can probably make it wider. Not too far, but a little bit shouldn't hurt. That's better. That's way better. Okay. Am I getting hit by a wall of text soon? I'm prepared. Problem is, if you drink a lot of water, there's gonna be a lot of water in your body, and at some point it has to exit. It's not gonna be on stream, but it's starting to accumulate. I can hold it. Okay. I've recently learned how your body decides when it's time to take a leak. I think urine is I think has a higher, it's more acidic, and your body can detect how acidic your bladder is, I think. And the more, of course, more filled the bladder is, the more acidic your body becomes. No, that was for being thirsty. I think the amount of sodium or like salt in your body rises the longer you don't drink, and this way your body can detect whether or not you should be thirsty or not, which was actually pretty interesting. Okay. I'll wait. Okay. I think we're on a good path. We have like 20 minutes left, so we're gonna do the hair now. I think we're pretty good. We're looking pretty good. So, face is done. So we need some eyebrows and hair overall. Go back here, sculpt mode. Okay, let's bring in the hair first. I think that's easier. Oh, hold on. Put that to 100 should be good, maybe even 50. Oh, not 500. Remove mirror. There you go. Okay. So we need some more in the front. So we just use the snake hook tool to pull it to the front. Okay, just pull it in front of her face, partially at least. Her hair is not a big focus, but without hair she would look weird. So we're gonna add it. Oh, welcome back. Hope your bathroom break or restroom break was fulfilling. I remember back in the day, sometimes I was I was deliberately not going to the toilet because I wanted to have that feeling of finally finally feeling that relief of emptying. I haven't done that for a long time. Just I don't know why that I got that idea, but I think I did it for some time. Maybe like because you can always go. So if that like that feeling of finally releasing is so fulfilling, so why would you not like? Oh no! Why would you not like do that every time? I forgot to enable front faces only, or I deactivated it, which is even worse. Okay. Fixed. Oh, hold on, there's some more. Oh no, I can't see it. I mean, you can't see it either on the other side, so who cares? I mean, that's a character in itself. Hold on. That's a feed post. Hold on. I mean, story post. Yeah, I have like a mix between hip-hop, lo-fi and jazz in this playlist. I think it's pretty good, and also synthwave, so we have some different genres. I think that's better than just listening to the same stuff all the time. It's 8 hours of music, so it should be enough. I think overall it's 10 hours. I haven't added all the songs yet, but I don't think I need more just yet. Maybe at some point, it's gonna be boring, but I think that'll take a while. Okay, let's bring in that swirl. Choosing the crease brush with a pretty strong strength or high strength. Crease brush is great for adding an actual flow to the hair. So how the hair actually falls into shape. So you can just paint in here, sculpt in here, and decide how, like, recreate the flow down here in this sculpt as well. So just like this. Of course, you can't really sculpt in the holes between the hair, but I think that's necessary because the hair is not the important part. Oh. Okay. I also, so the idea was more with these marathons to like to have a double purpose. So I kind of wanted to pick content creators that I actually watch to recreate rather than just random celebrities. With Dua Lipa, it was more like I'm not quite sure which second content creator I'm gonna, or like which content creator female content creator I'm gonna use for the second female sculpt, because I'm not really watching any. So yeah, I'm gonna look at it and see which one I'm gonna choose. Just because I think that's, I don't know, more like I can not only train likeness sculpting, but I can also pay tribute to them, make like fan art, so it has a double purpose, which I think is better than just training. Has more value overall. Still very rough for the hair. We're not gonna be too detailed. If we have a little bit more time, we're gonna go one resolution higher, or resolution step higher, because 20 is pretty weak or pretty big. Yeah, if we have some more time. Oh, we're getting back to some hip-hop beats. Okay. Looking pretty good. We probably have to adjust the volumes a little bit. Volume distribution. I'm gonna show you what I mean. Actually, do we? Maybe down here. It's pretty flat like right now, but if all the hair comes to this side, this should be wider. So let's pull it out like this. Okay. Oh, hold on. Oh, a beat that plays on loop. So the same song all the time. Like the whole time. I think my mind would go numb at some point. I also can't really sit without any noise. I always, when I work, have some sort of noise in the background, either music or some sort of podcast or like talk show or whatever, because otherwise it's just too quiet. Oh my god. I think that's too crazy for me. I would go crazy hearing the same loop over and over and over again. It would be like, what is it? The Cantina Band? An hour loop. What we could do though is we can put in some loose hairs. Just, oh, hold on. What we probably have to do is bring in some more the resolution, put that to 50 maybe. 50 should be enough. There you go. Oh, hold on, not through the ear. Around it. Hold on, let me see. Hopefully it's not DMCA. I mean, I don't have any monetization on, so... Well, okay, so it's it's an actual playlist, not just one song. Okay, yeah. I mean, listening to the same song over and over and over would be pretty crazy. I also have my own playlist if you want to listen to that, if you're interested. It's called, I think it's called Noggy's Music Favorites on YouTube. I think it has like 500 songs that I've collected over multiple years. At some point I just started a playlist adding all the songs that I liked. Now it has 500 songs that I sometimes just play when I don't know what I want to listen to. I don't use Spotify, so I use YouTube. Why should I pay for Spotify if I can just use YouTube for music? Of course, sometimes you get ads, but whatever. Isn't too crazy, so. Okay, I think the hair is basically done. Of course, we now have to add... Oh, the teeth are missing as well. Hold on. We're gonna do that after we're done with the hair. Before that, we're gonna need some eyebrows. For the eyebrows, we can actually enable symmetry again. Da-da-da. Let's bring in the eyebrows. Hold on, where's my... Where are my eyebrows? There. Oh, nope, that's not right. Oh, nope. Hold on, is there no... Oh, okay. Apparently I removed the eyebrows. There they are. There you go. Do we see them now? Oh, we do. Perfect. Oh, that's perfect. Wait, is the face not symmetrical anymore? Okay. I guess so. Well, but... Wait, what? Okay, well then let's do both individually, I guess. What happens if I remove part right there? Okay. I guess it works. So we're gonna do this side then. I mean, we're gonna do this side anyway, because we can see it, actually. Okay. Okay. Doesn't look too bad. At least on one side. Time to remove the symmetry, I guess. What I also want to add is some more detail. So we put that to 100 and put in some strands, some individual strands. At the beginning, the inner part of the eyebrow, basically all the hairs go up, we point up, and then at some point they switch and point downwards. That's how this curve is created. Okay. Maybe a little bit too thick. Let's see. Yup. We can probably just grab the grab tool and fix that. Pull it up and down right there. Oh, that's pretty far to the front. Hold on. Okay, that's better. Oh, still pretty. Oh, wait. We need to remove some volume right there. Okay. That should be better now. That's definitely better. This can be a little bit... hold on, let me grab it. There you go. Okay, let's do the other side now. Gonna get to the end real soon. I'm probably gonna add the eyelashes tomorrow when I render it. Because that's gonna be... it's gonna require some time figuring out. No need to do that today. I think this one is better than yesterday's. But you never know. Maybe it'll... maybe not. I don't know. I can't really tell you just yet. Probably have to render it first before I can actually see it properly. Yeah, I mean... we're just gonna finish the eyebrow and then we can look at it and maybe tweak a few more things and then that should be it. Then we can review both yours as well if you want, and then that's gonna be it for today. Tomorrow I'm gonna post the final result, and tomorrow we're gonna sculpt another male person called XQC, or also called Felix. I still need to grab some reference for him. Let's see what I can find. Okay. Good thing with him is he played in an tournaments, so there should be some better pictures rather than just some sort of vlogs or anything. Okay, so what we could do is, for example, use the oh, the teeth, of course. Almost forgot the teeth. We can paint back in our mask. There you go. Hold on, what's going on? Okay. Wait, why can I not use my... oh, of course. Wrong tool. We can paint in some lipstick with the mask tool and then see if it looks remotely like her. I don't know why, but the first sculpt went really well. I kind of took the same amount of time for all of them. The second one also looked kind of okay in terms of likeness. Like yesterday's was kind of iffy. And today's, I don't know yet. But of course, every project we finish, we can see something we can improve next time. The last one, I definitely saw that the nose was too long. I debated whether I should go back and fix it, but I didn't. Because nobody except me would see it. So, of course, the gap between the teeth with the crease brush is pretty big. So I'm going to use the pinch brush afterwards to make that gap a little bit smaller. We have to keep in mind, teeth are round. Oh, hold on. So we have to make them actually round. Put in some more volume at the front. Like this. Not too much. Just a little bit. Okay, let's use the pinch brush. There it is. Let's oh, hold on, that's the wrong brush. That's the pinch brush. And pinch. There you go. That's better. Better. Oh, we missed one. There you go. Okay. Oh, that's a long tooth. We should put in a sharp on the other side as well. This one right there. Okay. That's pretty good. Okay. That's too long. She's not a wolf. She's a human. Okay. Let's now personalize these teeth, because everyone's teeth are different. So zip, make them sharper first, and then we can grab them and pull them into shape. Okay, that should be pretty good. Then we can use the grab brush. We can see the middle part, I mean the middle teeth are tilted upwards a little bit when it comes to like they're deeper in the middle than they are on the outer side. And the second teeth is higher up than the first two. The middle teeth. Okay. And after that, we can't really see much, so we're just going to leave it how it is. We could probably... Actually, do we? Let's bring down the strength of the brush. Just make a few more adjustments. Okay. I think her eyes are too wide, so let's fix that real quick. What we can do is just go to object mode and bring in the eyes. So, hold on, rear rendered view. Are they actually? Oh, one thing we have to add is we have to rotate them by 1 to 2 degrees on the z-axis. Let's do 1. That's the natural outwards rotation every eye has, because they're not perfectly straight. They're not looking perfectly straight. Oh, we have to add one more thing, which is asymmetry in the face. So, how do we do that? We deactivate asymmetry, of course, and then we can just move stuff around with the grab brush. I think the nose is a little bit pushed to the side, not too much. One eye is more close than the other. Also, one mouth corner is higher up than the other. That looks pretty good. Maybe the one nostril is higher as well. Very, very small adjustments. Okay. Okay. I think we are ready. I can see her more from profile view than from front view. Maybe that'll change when I bring in eyelashes, but I don't think so. Accessories won't change the big shapes. Probably because we have to pull this higher. Okay, let's do the last thing on the list, which is cutting off the bottom part. And before we do that, put that to smooth. Perfect. We need a UV sphere. We apply a subdivision to it, just one. Make it higher, make it longer. Maybe make it a little bit smaller. We put it into wire view. We then bring everything into this sphere that we want to keep. That looks pretty good. And we go in here. Boolean intersect. Select this sphere. And there you go. Da-da-da. The hair is very, very rough. But that's just how it is sometimes. If we only have how long do we 3 hours exactly. 3 hours on this. We can't really expect too much. So I think one thing that's different are her eyes. I think she has more like the shape is a little bit different. Maybe also the proportions. Maybe her nose is a little bit longer. Her chin may be a little bit shorter. But I mean, I'm not expecting a perfect likeness in 3 hours. So, yep, that's the best we can do in 3 hours. Doesn't look too bad. So it's I'm gonna add the eyelashes tomorrow when I render it, and then I'm gonna post it as well. So do you want to send me your result as well, or aren't you done yet? Ooh, okay, hold on. Paste pics? Never heard of that website before. Sounds like a phishing link. Okay, let's see. Oh, I see your. Oh, you're using ZBrush. Okay, nice. Let me switch scenes. There you go. You can see it, right? Yep. Hello. Tunnel of Infinity. There you go. Okay. Of course, if you use, if you make a, what do you call it? A goblin, of course it's human-like, but you can't really apply the same measurements, but looks pretty good. Of course, it's always better to see them from. Oh wait, hold on. Do we have multiple angles? No, we don't, but isn't too bad. Yeah. So you started roughly from the same time frame I started, right? Let's see. I think one thing you could probably adjust is the eyebrow. I think it's kind of like drawn on. So what you could probably do is there isn't really an eyebrow that you can see if you, for example, remove the hair. Where's my stuff? There it is. If I remove the hair, you can see you can't really see any eyebrows. The eyebrow will basically be on top of the skin, and I don't know if you can see. Can you see this guy? You can, but you can't really. Oh, hold on, I have to cover his lower region. I don't think you can see it close enough. There isn't really. You can't really see any. Hold on, I'm gonna put it in Photoshop. Okay, yeah. Okay. So I would probably make wait, which color do I have? Okay. So usually you have the as I said today, the skull, the eye socket right there, and usually you have fat going from, like, this is the next bone that you can see that you've put in. Of course you can see fat right there, and the fat basically ends somewhere right there, so you have a pretty deep hole right there, which you I think you can make a little bit deeper. Of course I can see the side view. This part, the inner corner, is also pretty deep into the skull. It's even behind the eye itself. Hold on, let me grab the other one as well. Okay. Of course, it can always, like, most of the things can be justified with it's a fantasy character, but I'm just telling you what I would maybe change. Okay. So yeah, this part could probably be a little bit deeper. This way you Okay, well that's a big eraser. This way you can shape, like this shape can be created naturally by just making this deeper. This way you can create this naturally, this eyebrow shape. Okay. Let's see. I guess you use reference for the image. I'm guessing. I would maybe so usually I don't know if you actually I don't really know. I think the eyes are okay. Yeah. So the eyes are probably okay. I would probably, so my usual rule is that the upper eyelid is usually has a rounder curve than the lower eyelid. I mean, hold on. I can use my liquify tool. There you go. Where's my image? Hello? Oh, I have the wrong layer selected. Okay. There it is. Haha, okay. Okay, that's kind of laggy. Hold on. Okay. Where's my... There it is. Okay. So I would probably... Hold on, that's still too big. Oh my god, I'm too finicky with this. Pull this up. Then, of course, it depends on how you want to do it. Maybe pull this up as well. This way we can still have this similar shape, but the upper eye is the upper eyelid is rounder. If you compare it, yeah. So that's one change I would you could try. I'm not quite sure if that improves your sculpt. One thing I see right now is usually the lips are smooth, so like the transition between lips and usual skin, it's pretty smooth. The way you get the distinction between them is by adding the three puffy parts, basically. So you have one right there, and then you have this like volume, I guess, and this way you can distinguish between the two. Like this should definitely be more smoother. In the middle it could maybe stay, but the further you go from here to here, it should smooth out, because it's basically turning into the inner mouth. For the chin, the muscle for the lower lip, you can probably see it. Oh, hold on. You could probably see it down here. Maybe it's too small, but the muscles of the mouth is basically just a circle around the mouth, and then you go like this, and then up here, and then down again. This way you have, for example, very masculine character, these very defined lower muscles. I think if you remove a little bit of volume down here, it could work better. And usually, except for when, of course, some people have a pretty flat chin. If you want to intend that, then you can probably keep it like this. But usually the chin is, if you like have a chin, if that's the lip, you then have the lower lip, and then the chin basically goes like this. This part right there is the muscle that I painted on right there. So you could probably put some more volume in here. So okay, I'm gonna say one more thing. The fat that comes that follows basically and goes down here, comes and goes over the jawbone, I mean the cheekbone, and then ends at the nose, basically like this. That's the laugh, the cheek basically that you see when you laugh. If you smile, you can see the fat right there will be pulled up. And it starts like over here and then goes and ends roughly at the nose. That's one of the best ways you can sculpt a smile, by keeping this in mind. The muscle, I mean the fat right there. Yeah, I mean in that short amount of time isn't pretty good. Hold on, there was another. Okay. Oh. Of course, you probably would add some more volume down here for the neck, but yeah. I don't know if you. Oh yeah, I think if I see it from this view, I think this can be a little bit deeper overall, like the whole thing right there. I think that'll improve the sculpt. Yeah. So one thing I keep in mind too, so the nose is pretty complex. This nose shape would probably be possible, so if you want to keep it like this, of course you can keep it. What I always keep in mind is that you have like 5 parts. So you have the skull that goes like this. That's the skull part of the nose. Then you have a bridge that is just like soft tissue, I think. And then you have 3 different parts. You have this lower part right there. You have the nostrils that goes something like this, end right there. And then you also have a part that goes like this. So the shape is actually is already pretty good. And then you have like this transition area between the 2 objects down here. You have the same on this side. And that's how a nose is basically constructed. I usually keep these shapes in mind because then it's just easier to sculpt. Oh, okay. Hold on, I can't remove it anymore. I can maybe go back. Okay. So maybe you could, of course you can at least keep it, if you want to keep it like this, you can always keep it. Maybe you could put some more volume in here. Like this. This will be a bad drawing, but... So it has some more volume up here. That could help. But otherwise, looks pretty good. Yep. Well done. Yeah. Tomorrow we're gonna do XQC. It'll be fun. Let's see if we can what we can achieve tomorrow. Maybe hopefully I'll be on a little bit earlier, 6:30 UTC, so 50 minutes earlier, just to have some more time. Nope, that's not XQC. And I mean, yeah, okay, well, yeah, so we're gonna do that tomorrow. I don't really know what I'm gonna do for Thursday, but we'll figure it out when we get there. So, hope you enjoyed your stay. Well done. Maybe, or hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for hanging out. And yeah. Let's bring back the hair. Okay, perfect. Save it one more time. Close everything I don't need. Let's save my reference. And then I'm done. Next week we're gonna probably do some smaller projects. I thought about next week maybe playing around with geometry nodes. No, yeah, geometry nodes. Maybe we'll do that next week. They look very interesting. Never used them before, so maybe we'll go straight into it blind to see what we can do in 3 hours. Yeah. So, hope you have a great rest of your day, and maybe until next time, take care.